Hi there! If you've gone through our previous courses, you've spent a lot of time digging into the intricacies and significance of setting up a project for success. And now, we're at the project execution stage, where all of that hard work comes together. If you haven't gone through our previous courses yet, we recommend checking them out. Before we get started, let me introduce myself. My name's Elita, and I'll be your instructor for this course. I work as a Senior Engineering Program Manager at Google, where I currently lead the team behind routing and navigation on Google Maps. I joined the company in 2007, working on teams across Google's engineering organization in New York, London, and Seattle. And in 2013, I joined the Google Maps team and launched popular features like holiday hours and attributes on businesses, while leading global teams from New York to Sydney to Hyderabad. Generally, I like solving problems and learning new things. Every new project and team allows me to do both. I'm excited to lead you through this course and demonstrate how to put a project plan into action. First up, you'll learn more about risks and unforeseen changes to the project. If you've taken our previous courses, you might recall that change is inevitable. And to combat that, we've covered the concept of risk mitigation during the planning phase. And now we'll take it one step further and discuss what to do when a risk actually materializes. Next, I'll discuss tracking and quality. You'll learn how to track and measure your project's progress, and you'll learn how to use continuous improvement and quality management techniques to keep the project on track and running smoothly. These best practices are valuable to just about any role, and I'm looking forward to taking you through them. Other big aspects of running a project include decision-making. You'll learn to both use and analyze data to inform your decision-making, and then, in turn, use that data to explore and explain key aspects of your project. I'll also discuss team management and the fundamentals of influencing. So much of the success of a project relies on teamwork, and you'll learn more about how you, as a project manager, can effectively lead your team to the finish line. Speaking of teamwork, I'll share some of the tools that provide effective team communication, along with tips for organizing and facilitating meetings. And then, we'll wrap up by discussing how to close a project. You'll learn the steps required to finish a project and the importance of celebrating a job well done with your team. Sounds kind of fun, right? After all that planning, this is the point in the project lifecycle where work gets done and everything comes together. Ready to get started? Meet me in the next video where you'll learn about the importance of tracking and measuring project progress. Hi again. In previous courses, we've discussed the importance of breaking your project down into milestones and tasks, and assigning those tasks to different members of your team. We've also discussed setting a schedule and budget. But once the project execution phase gets going, how do you actually know that the work is getting done? Well, you can do this in a few ways, but primarily, you can keep tabs on project progress by tracking and measurement. This is actually a big part of project management. Tracking, by definition, is a method of following the progress of a project's activities. Measuring project performance regularly to identify deviations from the project plan can help ensure that the project stays on track. A deviation is anything that alters your original course of action. Deviations from the project plan can be positive or negative. Are you ahead of schedule because a technical problem is less complex than you estimated? Thumbs up. Did a natural disaster shut down your testing team? Big thumbs down. Both of these are examples of deviations. They're also examples of why tracking is such a crucial part of your role during the project execution phase. Let's examine some of the ways that tracking is beneficial for your project's success. To start, tracking makes key project information transparent, and transparency is essential for accurate decision-making. Even the strongest project managers make poor decisions when they lack information or context. Tracking centralizes project information so that everyone can understand the status of each part of the project, which can then help you identify gaps in your knowledge. Also, projects have so many little details, it's hard to keep everything straight. Tracking helps ensure that you don't risk forgetting something. Second, tracking helps keep all team members and stakeholders in touch with deadlines and goals. To ensure that everyone has visibility into project progress, you should have a project plan that works both for you and your team. This way, you're all on the same page about how the project is progressing. You'll learn about different ways to track a project later in this module. Tracking is also crucial for recognizing risks and issues that can derail your progress. With effective tracking, you'll be able to identify issues in a timely fashion and work with your team to take corrective action. By providing visibility into the various parts of the project, tracking helps you and your team identify and focus on areas at risk. And finally, tracking helps build confidence that the project is set to be delivered on time, in scope, and within budget. Having a clear, up-to-date picture of the overall project status keeps the team motivated and focused on staying the course. So to recap, tracking is important for a few key reasons like transparency, risk management, and keeping the project on track. Coming up, we'll take you through some of the key items to track during project execution. Meet you there. So we've discussed that tracking monitors the progress of project activities, but you may still be wondering, what specifically should you be tracking? I'll take you through a few of the most commonly tracked items that I found helpful when managing projects at Google. First, you should always track the project schedule. This is made up of tasks and activities that ensure that the project is effectively heading toward its completion date. After all, your ultimate goal is to complete your deliverables on time. Equally important is tracking the status of action items, key tasks, and activities to ensure that that work is actually getting done. Tracking tasks also helps to track your team's progress toward milestones. We learned a bit more about tracking progress toward milestones earlier in the course, and we stressed the importance of creating tasks and milestones to keep everyone on track. When you're in the middle of a project, new tasks will come up all the time. In order to avoid missing deadlines, it's imperative to track tasks as they progress and as you approach key milestones. Next, you'll also need to track costs to ensure that you don't overspend or underspend on project tasks. As I mentioned earlier, all projects have budgets, and whether or not you're overseeing the entire budget, you may be overseeing tasks and resources that have budget implications. And finally, you'll need to track key decisions, changes, dependencies, and risks to the project, including any agreed upon scope changes. This way, your team and stakeholders are aligned on what needs to be done for the project to succeed. We will cover this in more detail throughout the course since it's a big part of running the project. To recap, the items that are helpful to track throughout the project execution phase include the project schedule, which contain the key tasks and activities, the status of action items, progress toward milestones, costs, and key decisions and changes. There are many moving parts to be aware of once a project is underway. Tracking them closely benefits you and your team as you head toward the project goal. I've taken you through an introduction to tracking, and coming up, we'll discuss project management tools and templates you can use to track project activities. Meet me in the next video to expand your toolkit. Welcome back. Now that you understand how essential tracking is, let's explore and compare various types of tracking methods. The purpose of your project plan is to guide you through the execution of your project. Therefore, it will always include at least one type of tracking method, and sometimes you might use more than one depending on what your team needs. The tracking methods we'll discuss in this video are a Gantt chart, a roadmap, and a burn-down chart. There are many others, but these are the few that I'm going to focus on. Whichever type you choose depends on what you deem suitable for your project. It's important to remember to select something that the entire team can easily understand, reference, and keep up to date. Let's compare the tracking methods I mentioned. Perhaps the most common tracking method of all is the Gantt chart. It's a tried and true tool to keep your project on track. A Gantt chart measures tasks against time and includes useful information like who will own each task and what the order of the tasks should be. For this reason, it's a useful chart for staying on schedule and for projects with many dependencies or tasks or activities or milestones that are reliant on one another. It's also a helpful chart for teams with a lot of people because ownership and responsibilities are explicitly laid out visually. As you track and move along sequentially over time, this starts to look like a waterfall, hence why Gantt charts are commonly used in waterfall project management. Each task is represented by a horizontal progress bar, and the length of the bar is dependent on how much time is allotted to the task. The bars are stacked on top of each other to denote that the task at the top must be completed before the next one below it can be completed. Gantt charts typically live in your project plan and are updated as the project progresses. Another common tracking method we have here at Google is a roadmap. A roadmap is best suited for when you need a way to track big milestones in your project. It's useful for illustrating how a project should evolve over time to a team and key stakeholders. Here's an example. A roadmap might list your project's goals at the top and a description of the approach you'll be taking to meet those goals. In this example, the goals are to increase online business-to-consumer sales by 20% year over year and to increase holiday sales to existing customers by 8% over last year. The approach details the main tactics your team will use to reach your goal. A roadmap also includes a high-level project overview. High level in this context means a concise summary, usually 3 to 4 sentences, to clearly state the objectives and priorities for your project. Below the goals, approach, and overview is a table that maps out what the process will entail. In this example, our table is divided into quarters that reflect the project timeline. A quarter is a 3-month period on a company's financial calendar. Key milestones are listed for each quarter. Then there are tasks that each team member or department needs to complete. Most tasks may map to a milestone due within the same quarter. In our example, the project as a whole has a key milestone in Q1 to finalize inventory for the holiday season. The work of product testing and finalizing suggestions for offerings mainly falls to the marketing and sales teams. However, sometimes the tasks may need to be completed in advance to unblock another team or milestone in future quarters. The product and engineering team is working on tasks in Q1 and in Q2 that lead up to the launch of the refreshed online store in Q3. In order to reach that milestone, each department needs to complete specific tasks, and the roadmap tracks both individual and project progress toward milestones. Finally, there's the burn-down chart, the most granular of the 3 tracking methods. A burn-down chart measures time against the amount of work done and the amount of work remaining. Their main uses are to keep the project team on top of targeted completion dates and to keep the team aware of scope creep as it occurs. Burn-down charts are best suited for projects that require a detailed, broken-down review of each task associated with a project. And they're great for projects where finishing on time is the top priority. The y-axis, or the vertical axis, symbolizes the number of tasks left to complete, and the x-axis, or the horizontal axis, signifies time. Progress gets tracked from the upper left-hand corner of the chart. As the project goes along, you'll track down, working your way toward 0 remaining tasks, and to the right, working your way toward your end date. There's typically a dotted line for your expected or projected progress, based on the rate your team is expected to close tasks, and a solid line representing your actual progress. Before you continue on with your project, you'll need to decide which tracker makes the most sense. If you need to communicate milestones to a large team, you might choose a roadmap. If you have a project with multiple dependencies, you might choose a Gantt chart. If tracking tasks against your deadline is especially important, then the burn-down chart might be your best option. And you may even decide to use more than one. Because the tracking method will be determined by the type of project you're working on, your resources, and the project scope, you'll probably end up using several types of tracking methods at some point in your career. In my time at Google, I've regularly combined methods and used a few different types together. For example, using a Gantt chart to scope work at the beginning of a project, then switching to a burn-down chart in the weeks before a launch to make sure we're good to go. Now you know a bit more about the various types of tracking methods, including a roadmap, Gantt chart, and burn-down chart. Next up, we'll focus on understanding continuous improvement and process improvement.
Hi, my name is Belinda, and I'm a program manager with Google. My role with Google has been building budgets for the last several years. There's a lot that goes into building data center budgets. It can take quite some time, and they're due every year for the renewal of the following year by September 1st. The budget is entailed of anything you can think of, down to janitorial services for the data center site, all the way to UPS units that have to run as battery backup in case we lose power. So the role that I have had for several years has been to not only build the budget, but to figure out and work with the team and also vendors on what money is needed funding as we grow as a site as well. And for me, what I've always done is built a Google sheet, and I've used that year over year, line item by line item. And I break it down per the account GL account code and also with the D channel that references to that. And basically that is just the categories of whether we're dealing with mechanical, electrical, chillers, maintenance for the lawn, RTU units, mechanical ConOps labor, repair and services to the elevators, lifts, golf carts, generators. You do a line by line item for anything that takes a data center to run. So it can be very convoluted and quite difficult, but I have always found that the Google Sheet is the best method for my base structure of where I start. Currently, there's 4 managers that I build that budget with. We have a meeting and go over the budgets to be clear and as transparent as you can be to make sure that you've got everything in there that was requested. What has happened over the years is we'll have a manager that'll be the lead with me on the budget so that when we go to submit the budget and we're at a director level meeting when we're submitting this, I have a FM manager from the site that is actually overseeing that budget. It depends on who you're working with, but they're going to know what their needs are and they can help you understand when they need those needs and how much money they need. So for anyone that's looking to go into project management, budget management, I think that they really need to know that they love math. And they need to also love change because change happens so often with project management and dealing with budgets because they change hourly. Sometimes they change daily. Sometimes you have a really calm week where everything went like it was supposed to. And then sometimes it's chaos, For me, I like being busy and I like change. I'm not afraid of it. But I think that people that would be interested in this type of role would need to understand that that's going to be there. So anyone who's starting to build budgets with Google, it can be quite overwhelming, even though with the experience that I had, it was overwhelming for me. And I had to figure out a platform for me and this sheet that made sense so I could track it. But I think that the advice I would give anyone that's starting out with budgets would be take it one day at a time. You don't learn it all in one day. It can be overwhelming, but to break it down maybe in smaller pieces.
Hi, my name is Pranjal, and I work as a program manager in the Site Reliability Engineering org. You can also call it SRE. What SRE does is they are primarily responsible for all the critical services within Google, and in case something goes wrong, we are the first line of defense. I think I can talk about the first big project I managed at Google. My tech lead and I co-founded this project about 3 years ago, and I continue to work on it as of right now. So the project, what we wanted to do in terms of ambition was we wanted to generalize some tooling to help mobile apps be reliable in production. So what that means is, let's say you're using a mobile app, we want to make sure that in case something goes wrong, we detect it before the user does, and we take action before the user even knows that something's wrong behind the scenes, right? So we started out with this project, and my biggest fear in terms of working on this project was managing a trade-off between ambition and project quality. So when we did our brainstorming sessions and we wrote out a roadmap, it just seemed a bit too overwhelming, the scale at which we were planning to work. I think I would be really thankful to my manager at the time. She gave me some really good advice. She said, in case you have, let's say, 5 different tracks going on in a very big project, not all 5 tracks have to be worked on every single day. You could probably take out a quarter and make super good progress on maybe track 3 and track 5, whereas you can bootstrap the other tracks to make progress on it in the next quarter. So that gave me a bit of peace of mind. And she also empowered me to think in terms of, I'm in a position as a program manager to push and pull on those priorities. As long as people are aware of what we're working on, what risks need to be identified and mitigated, and if everything is being tracked properly, it's okay to maybe accelerate sometimes and pause sometimes. In fact, I learned that zooming out and pausing sometimes can result in original ideas and then also gives people a little bit of a breather.
Welcome back. In an earlier video, we learned about how to identify risks when planning projects. In this module, we'll learn why risks and changes might occur during a project and how that can impact your project's scope. You may remember that a risk is a potential event that might occur and could impact your project. When you think about risks in the context of project management, you'll think about them as hypothetical. In other words, these might not be events that will definitely happen, but because there's a possibility that they could happen, it's your responsibility as a project manager to identify and plan for those risks. Let's revisit some examples of risks. A project risk might be a contractor missing a deadline, or introducing a tool that may lead to communication breakdown within your team, or unexpected additional work because of an unforeseen policy being put in place. When any risk occurs, the consequence is a change to the project plan. A change is anything that alters or impacts the tasks, structures, or processes within a project. Changes are typically unexpected. More often than not, they have a negative impact on the project, and you'll have to learn to navigate that. But sometimes, and I'm placing a heavy emphasis on sometimes, changes can have a positive impact. Changes can encompass any variance from the original project plan in regards to the triple constraint. This may entail changing priorities and scope, budget and resources, or changes to the project timeline. We'll discuss how the internal and external dependencies of a project impact each other and bring about change. Let's go through a few types of changes that can affect your project. Some examples of changes may include new or changing dependencies. Dependencies are tasks, activities, or milestones that are reliant on one another. So if one task isn't completed on time, it may put your other tasks behind. You might be in charge of renovations on a home where there are dependencies. In a bathroom remodel, for instance, a new sink cannot be installed until the vanity and plumbing are in place. Next is changing priorities. The scope of the remodel changes if your client's in-laws suddenly have to move in, and you have to move up planned work on the spare bedroom before completing the bathroom remodel. Next up, the capacity and people available could change. Maybe you have to replace the plumber because you had issues on the job site. Another type of change could include a new limitation on your budget or resources. For example, you need to reduce design costs in the new bathroom by 10% because your quotes for electrical work come in higher than expected. Another change could be scope creep. Scope creep is when changes, growth, and other factors affect the project scope. For instance, your clients are so happy with the tile in the new bathroom that they'd like to replace the tile in all of their bathrooms. And finally, force majeure. This is another change that could occur due to a national or international crisis. If you aren't familiar with this term, it means an unforeseen circumstance that prevents someone from fulfilling the contract due to a major crisis. Force majeure is pretty uncommon, but for instance, if a union goes on strike, certain vendors won't be able to fulfill their contracts. If there's a pandemic, all production on your new product might be halted. Changes should be measured against the baseline estimates of scope, budget, and time allotted for your project, given the original requirements. Be mindful that when you change any one of those things, there may be knock-on effects, which could be positive or negative. For instance, your clients may believe they have beautiful hardwood floors hiding underneath old living room carpet, and want to pull up the old carpet and use the original hardwood floors underneath. You, the project manager on this particular construction job, you've budgeted to have the carpet removed and the old floors sanded and stained. Bad news, you pull up the carpet and find that the floors are in bad shape and rotting. They'll need to be replaced or repaired, which could be costly. So your timeline and budget are likely to take a hit. When it comes to who takes on the responsibility of managing the changing scope, it'll be you, the project manager. But depending on the project, you probably won't do it alone. In order to properly manage changes, you'll want to refer to documents like your statement of work and the RACI chart, but you might also have to create some new documentation. You'll want to create or familiarize yourself with the processes for requesting changes for your team or organization. These processes might include a change request form. Let's discuss change request forms. You and your stakeholders will use these forms in order to stay on top of and adequately manage any changes. Since a lot of people with different roles on the project can fill out these forms, it's important for the forms to be self-explanatory and very thorough. In the provided template, which uses a 2x10 table, you'll need to include information in the cells such as the project name, the discussion owner, who's taking the lead on this discussion from the team, discussion type. You'll want to let your audience know if you'll be discussing a risk, opportunity, or anything else. You'll want to identify the teams involved and the expected outcome of the discussion, which might be a change in priorities, schedule change, or an official call on how to proceed with an issue. Add the target date for discussion and identify which milestones or goals might be impacted. Provide a short description of the current situation, the change, and any difference you expect to make to the plan of record, like a snapshot of the before and after. Then go into in-depth proposal for the necessary changes and address any trade-offs. And finally, provide any background information so that everyone shares the same context. You can also refer to your statement of work, or SOW, for more information about who needs to be involved in that conversation. If you find that one or more of your milestones are at risk of not being completed, then you'll need to get a customer sign-off before the scope, deadline, or budget are changed, and all parties involved need to be informed. Great work! We've reviewed how to define risk and know more about how to identify the reasons why risks and changes might occur during a project. And now we can explain the impact of increasing a project's scope. In the next video, we're going to discuss the role dependencies play and how to properly manage them. We'll meet you there. So we've covered risks and how they affect a project, but we haven't fully discussed dependencies, arguably one of the biggest factors in a project. In this video, we'll discuss dependencies, both internal and external, how to identify and track them, as well as their importance. There are a few different types of dependencies, and we'll discuss a few examples of each one. So what exactly are dependencies? Dependencies are the links that connect one project task to another. And, as we mentioned, they're often the greatest source of risk to a project. Two or more project tasks may have a relationship with one another in which the completion of one task is reliant on the initiation of another task, and vice versa. Think of these tasks like a line of dominoes, toppling each other over one by one. If one domino falls, it'll knock the next one over, and so on and so on. For instance, a construction company may have a number of jobs across the city. Each project requires a foreman and a project manager to be chosen before the requirements, timeline, and budget get sign off, and the crew is chosen. You wouldn't choose a crew and tell them to get to work before the work has been clearly scoped and the contracts were signed. That's an example of an internal dependency, which describes the relationship between two tasks within the same project. External dependencies, on the other hand, refer to tasks that are reliant on outside factors, like regulatory agencies or other projects. For instance, if a construction company is scheduled to demolish a building site, they'll have to wait until their project is approved by the city. External dependencies aren't always in the project manager's control, but it's important to be aware of them so that the project stays on track. Mandatory dependencies are tasks that are legally or contractually required. For instance, when that construction company finishes the demolition and starts the rebuild, they'll first have to pour a concrete foundation and then have it inspected by the city to ensure it meets their standards before the construction company can continue to build. Lastly, discretionary dependencies are defined by the project team. These are dependencies that could occur on their own, but the team saw a need to make those dependencies reliant on one another. For instance, the construction company may be using concrete from a new supplier and want to run a test, pouring a portion of the foundation to get a better estimate of the total amount of product they'll need to complete the foundation rather than buying too much or too little product up front. The task of pouring a portion of the foundation comes first because the team needed more information before making a decision. A project manager has to work diligently to incorporate dependency management. Dependency management is the process of managing all of these interrelated tasks and resources within the project to ensure that your overall project is completed successfully, on time, and in budget. To pursue effective dependency management, there are 4 important steps that a project manager can take: proper identification, recording dependencies, continuous monitoring and control, and efficient communication. The first step is proper identification. A project manager will have to brainstorm all possible project dependencies with their team and categorize them accordingly. Next step is recording dependencies. After all dependencies are identified, a risk register should be created. A risk register is a table or chart that contains your list of risks and dependencies. The risk register should include a description of the dependency, the date, and all activities or tasks that may be impacted by the dependency. Then, a project manager will want to maintain continuous monitoring and control. This means you will want to schedule regular meetings to check in on the interrelated tasks, staying up to date on any progress being made, and double-checking for changes that will impact other tasks. Last up is efficient communication. Keeping the project team and stakeholders updated can help resolve dependencies and keep the project going strong. To recap, we just discussed how to define dependencies, both internal and external, and we learned the importance of managing and tracking dependencies. We also discussed the importance of clearly defining dependencies at the project outset, like in our foundation example, and learned about dependency management. In the next video, we'll give you concrete techniques to manage the risks in your project. I'll meet you there. Earlier, we talked at length about identifying and managing risks. Risk management is absolutely critical to a project's success, so in this video, we'll introduce additional techniques for managing risks. Let's start with a reminder of the definition of risk management. Risk management is the process of identifying potential risks and issues which could impact a project, then evaluating and applying steps to address the effects of the identified risks and issues. One way to manage risks and hopefully prevent any risks from materializing is to focus on managing the changes in dependencies as well as any scope creep in your project. If you can manage those two things, both changes in dependencies and scope creep, other types of risks become much easier to manage. If your dependencies are met on time, your team is less likely to fall behind schedule. If your scope is tightly managed, you're less likely to incur changes to your budget or be forced to extend your timeline. Brainstorming with your team is one of the most effective techniques for identifying risks in a project. Your teammates likely bring skills and experience from previous projects, which can help suss out similarities and keep you from repeating any issues. As we brainstorm with our team, it's best to create a risk register. As a refresher, a risk register is a table or chart that contains your team's list of risks. You'll want to pose questions to your team like, what could improve the outcome of the project? Or what could hurt or hinder it? You'll list them all as if-then statements. For example, if a given event happens, then here's how the project is impacted. To help prioritize risks within your risk register, you can calculate your risk exposure. Risk exposure is a way to measure the potential future loss resulting from a specific activity or event. A good method to calculate risk exposure is to build a matrix, like this one. When building out your matrix, you'll use two variables, risk impact and probability. Write risk impact at the top, horizontal axis, and write probability on the side, vertical axis. Mark high, medium, and low along each axis as well, across the top, from left to right, and down the side, from top to bottom, because that's how you're going to chart risk exposure. Add each risk to the chart at the cross-section of the impact the risk might have on your project and probability or likelihood of the risk coming to pass. This is one technique, but whatever strategy you use to examine your risk exposure, your risks will need to be prioritized so that you know and your team knows which ones to give immediate attention to. For anything that has a high impact on your project, even if it has a low probability of occurring, make sure to have a mitigation plan in place. How will you handle this risk if it actually materializes? While a risk register is a great tool, it's still likely that some unforeseen risk will arise. It's almost impossible to account for every single risk over the course of a project. That's where the ROAM technique can help. The ROAM technique, which stands for resolved, owned, accepted, and mitigated, is used to help manage actions after risks arise. Once a risk has materialized, you need to decide what to do with it. If a risk has been eliminated and will not be a problem, it goes into your resolved category. If you give a team member ownership over a certain risk and entrust them to handle it, that risk goes into the owned category and is monitored through to completion. If the risk has been accepted, it has been agreed that nothing will be done about it. Finally, if some action has been taken such that the risk has been mitigated, either reducing the likelihood of it occurring or reducing the impact to the project, it goes into the mitigated category. After each risk is placed into a category, the team will discuss each risk and decide which should be prioritized. Awesome! Now you've learned a bit more about how to differentiate risks and issues, as well as some new techniques to manage various risks. Next, we'll learn about how to share these risks with your stakeholders in a technique called escalation. Sound intriguing? Head to the next video to learn more. Hi again. In this video, we're going to learn about a common strategy used to resolve problems in a project. On top of several other tasks, it's a project manager's responsibility to resolve problems and remove constraints that are a detriment to the project's success. One way to do this is to escalate. Escalation is the process of enlisting the help of higher-level project leadership or management to remove an obstacle, clarify or reinforce priorities, and validate next steps. Escalation may seem to have a negative connotation, but that's not the case in project management. In project management, escalation should be encouraged, used often, and even celebrated. Escalations are healthy and act as a kind of checks and balances tool to make sure appropriate action is being taken. They can result in speedy decision-making, and generally, the quicker a problem is resolved, the better off a project will be. Instead of going back and forth between two team members who can't agree, an objective third party might help make the call and reduce frustrations within the team. Finally, escalations encourage participation. Encouraging others to participate in solving or owning problems can promote trust and shared responsibility among teammates, which are signs of a healthy, functional team. Before starting work on a project, the project manager, the team, and the project sponsor should establish escalation standards and practices. This means they'll specify who the issues will be raised to, how issues are raised, and the forum for discussion. A little upfront work will help escalations run smoothly, when and if they are needed. So you know what an escalation is and when to set the framework for managing escalations, but how do you know when to escalate? A project manager should escalate an issue at the first sign of critical problems in the project. Critical problems are issues that may cause a delay to a major project milestone, issues that cause budget overruns, issues that can result in the loss of a customer, and issues that push back the estimated project completion date. Basically, anything that will affect your triple constraint, time, budget, and scope, is something that should be escalated. Escalation is great for preventing two common issues within a project: trench wars and bad compromises. Trench wars occur when two peers or groups can't seem to come to an agreement, and neither party is willing to give in. This leads to a standstill in the project and will likely delay certain aspects of the project's progress. Typically, we think of compromises as a positive way to resolve issues. But there is such a thing as a bad compromise. A bad compromise occurs when two parties settle on a so-called solution, but the end product still suffers. When it comes to compromising on important project goals, it's not productive for either party to settle simply because it's a means to an end. Yes, compromise, while also keeping the larger project goals in mind and working towards those together. You may have to help your team or stakeholders make hard choices for the greater good. So now we've defined escalation, how to use the triple constraints model when communicating to stakeholders and negotiating changes, and we learned about trench wars and bad compromises, which are two common issues on a project. In the next video, we'll explain some more techniques for communicating with your team, including timeouts and retrospectives. I'll meet you there. In the last video, we defined escalations and their benefits and went over when to execute them. In this video, we're going to cover how to communicate change to your project team. You've probably come to an understanding that effective communication leads to positive outcomes in every aspect of your life. The same is true for communicating changes in projects. Communicating change to project team members and stakeholders isn't just a matter of keeping your tracking documents up to date. Even the smallest changes will be meaningful to someone on your team and should be communicated. It's also true that you'll need to tailor your communication tactics based on the subject matter and recipient. As a project manager, sometimes you're going to want to have a meeting with your whole team, while other times an email might suffice. Personally, I prefer having a quick coffee or hallway chat with my teammates, and then following it up with an email noting what we agreed upon. This is particularly useful when you need quick agreement or if the subject is a little sensitive. How will you know which communication tactic is appropriate? Ultimately, you'll have to use your own judgment, but here are some ways you can decide which route to take. As a project manager, when communicating a small change that will affect an individual, it's a good idea to send an email. Be sure to avoid emotional topics or anything that needs to be discussed in depth. Just give them a heads up and set a meeting time. Weekly meetings may not be necessary, particularly if your agenda is short. If you set a meeting and then decide against it, you can either pivot to an email or move the topic to a different forum. When there's a big change within your project that impacts more than one person and is likely to change the budget, deadline, or scope of the project, you'll probably want to have a team meeting. One useful tactic to keep in mind when navigating these changes in your project is called a timeout. A timeout means taking a moment away from the project in order to take a breath, regroup, and adjust the game plan. A timeout may temporarily disrupt your momentum, but it may be absolutely necessary to set you up for success in the long run. You may want to take a timeout when the client wants to redefine the scope of the project, or if team members get reassigned to other projects and you need a plan to backfill them. This timeout is a chance for the project team to evaluate the changes so they can adjust the plan as needed. Throughout the process, you'll want to hold meetings in order to discuss successes, setbacks, and possible future improvements to the project. These meetings are called retrospectives. Retrospectives are held throughout the project's life cycle. A retrospective focuses on identifying the contributing causes of an incident or pattern of incidents without blaming one individual. While conducting a retrospective, you should always assume that everyone has good intentions and did the right thing with the information they had, whether or not it worked out well in the end. There's always a chance to learn and do better. As a project manager, it's important to identify effective techniques for communicating changes to an individual teammate or to your whole team. You now know a bit more about taking a timeout and the idea of a retrospective to have productive conversations about incidents that arise during your project. And we will discuss this more towards the end of the course. All of these things will help you on your journey to become a successful project manager. Let's keep going. Congrats! You've reached the end of this section. We've covered some really important aspects of implementation, tracking, and quality in this course. We discussed why the tracking process is essential to building confidence in your team and how important knowing the progress of a project is. To communicate this, you learned how to use various types of tracking methods, like Gantt charts, roadmaps, and burn-down charts. You also learned that roadmaps are suitable for tracking high-level milestones, Gantt charts are useful for projects with many dependencies, and burn-down charts are better for more granular, task-oriented projects that are on a tight schedule. You learn which items to track using these charts, including costs, the status of key tasks, progress toward milestones, incoming action items, and important decisions. We explored risks and dependencies, including techniques like brainstorming to create risk registers. And we took you through the ROAM technique, which stands for resolved, owned, accepted, and mitigated. You also learned about changes and dependencies and how they impact a project. We also discussed managing and communicating those risks, changes, and dependencies. Whew, that was a lot. Well done. Coming up, we'll take you through managing quality and continuous improvement. Meet you there. Welcome back. You're cruising right along into your next topic. In this section of the course, we'll teach you all about how to manage quality and meet quality standards. You'll also learn about quality assurance and quality control. We'll take a look at continuous improvement and how to use data-driven frameworks such as DMAICY and PDCA in order to work toward continuous improvements. You'll also learn how to conduct retrospectives. These will help you reflect on the successes and setbacks of a project. Finally, you'll learn about the importance of maintaining a positive, blameless tone throughout the process. Are you ready to jump right in? Let's start with quality management. I'll meet you in the next video. Hi again. In this program, we've discussed that when you're managing a project, you always have to consider the triple constraint: time, scope, and budget. Each of these three elements will impact the project, and if any one of them suffers, the overall quality of the project suffers too. There's an important distinction between quality and done. Simply finishing a project isn't enough. The project must meet the customer's standards of quality rather than just be completed. Like all things in project management, the more effectively you communicate with your team, the more likely your team will produce high-quality deliverables. So how do we define quality in a project management sense? Quality is when you fulfill the outlined requirements for the deliverable and meet or exceed the needs or expectations of your customers. When it comes to quality, it's important to deliver a product or service that meets your customers' needs. To meet their needs, you have to know important quality management concepts and oversee the implementation of a project management quality plan. To set yourself up for success, you should consider the four main concepts of quality management, which are quality standards, quality planning, quality assurance, and quality control. The quality process begins with setting quality standards. Quality standards provide requirements, specifications, or guidelines that can be used to ensure that products, processes, or services are fit for achieving the desired outcome. Set quality standards with your team and your customer at the beginning of your project. Take the time to define the quality standards and criteria for your current work so that your team members and stakeholders understand exactly what they are. After you set those well-defined quality standards, you'll want to check in periodically and make sure everything looks okay and the requirements are met. Remember that well-defined standards and requirements lead to less rework and schedule delays. Let's put this in an example using the scenario we've been using throughout the program. You're a project manager at Office Green, a company that specializes in plant decor for offices and other businesses. And you're leading a project called Plant Pals, a new service that will provide top clients with desk-friendly plants. Here's an example of a few quality standards for this project. Reliability standards. Each planter arrives by the agreed-upon time and in good condition, ready to be placed at a desk. And the suppliers have enough plants in their warehouses to fulfill the customer demand on time. Usability standards. Planters won't cause customers allergic reactions or illness and will be suitable for all people and animals if necessary. Similarly, you may have product standards. The supplier should meet your brand's look and feel, use the specified materials, and be delivered intact. You should adhere to quality standards across all products and processes. For instance, you may have usability standards implemented in the website development process by stating that the website must be easy to navigate, whether from a phone, computer, or tablet. Next up, quality planning. Quality planning refers specifically to the actions of a project manager or the team to establish and conduct a process for identifying and determining exactly which standards of quality are in fact relevant to the project as a whole and how to satisfy them. To steer that discussion, you can ask yourself, what outcome do my customers want at the end of this project? What does quality look like for them? How can I meet their expectations? And how will I determine if the quality measures will lead to project success? This is where you'll plan the procedures to achieve the quality standards. Recall that one of the Project Plant Pals quality standards is reliability, the expectation that each plant arrives on time and in good condition. So, as a quality planning measure, you'll need to make plans with your plant provider to test the durability of your planters before you decide to use them. The third concept of quality management is quality assurance. Quality assurance, often shortened to QA, is all about evaluating if your project is moving towards delivering a high-quality service or product. Unlike quality standards and quality planning, QA spans the whole project lifecycle, rather than taking place at a specific phase. Your quality plan should include regular audits to confirm that everything is going to plan and the necessary procedures are being followed. Regular check-ins and reporting to stakeholders will help boost their confidence and yours along the way. Quality assurance is where you'll make sure that you and your clients are getting the exact product you contracted for. So at Project Plant Pals, this is where your team will inspect options for planters and perhaps sit in on the durability testing. If you make plans for your plant provider to handle the durability testing on their own, make sure you are tracking their progress and checking in regularly. The final concept of quality management is quality control, often shortened to QC. Here, techniques are used in order to ensure quality standards when a problem is identified, or if the quality plan is not executed in the desired manner and corrective actions should be effected. Quality control involves monitoring project results and delivery to determine if they're meeting desired results or not. If not, then alternative actions should be taken. Quality control is also integral to creating a more successful landing for the next project. After the plants are placed throughout the customer's offices, quality control may look like you or your team member taking a final walkthrough of the offices where the plants were delivered. You'd be checking for things like broken planters or plants that were damaged in transit and swapping them out when necessary. You may not do this for every customer, but it's a good idea to do it as you're starting out in case you spot issues to improve upon when you're back in the office. If you stuck to your quality plan, checking on quality throughout the life cycle of your project, QA, and of course correcting as needed, QC, the likelihood of meeting your quality standards is high, resulting in a high-quality deliverable at the end of your project that satisfies your organizational goals and exceeds the customer's expectations. And there you have it, quality management. Great! So now we've learned more about how to identify and explain the concept of quality management, which include quality standards, quality planning, quality assurance, and quality control. In the next video, we'll discuss how to use soft skills like negotiating and practicing empathy to meet customers' needs in terms of quality. Meet you there. By now, you probably understand that communication is paramount to a project's successful landing. It's the lifeblood of the whole project. Communication starts before the project even begins and carries on steadily throughout the remainder of the project. In this video, I'm going to explain how using soft skills like negotiation, delivering messages with empathy, and asking questions for clarity helps to foster and strengthen communication. We'll also discuss feedback as a foundation for iterating on a product. According to the Project Management Institute, it's been found that most projects experience a communication breakdown of some kind, even though project managers spend about 90% of their time working on communication alone. It's in a project manager's best interest to communicate tactfully, not only with the members of their own organization, but also with customers and vendors. When done well, strategic communication with a customer or client can instill a sense of confidence that you're doing a good job and that you're a trustworthy partner. So how should a project manager approach communication with a customer? Using soft skills like negotiation, empathetic listening, and trust building will help foster a good relationship between you and your customers, and a good project manager knows how and when to apply these skills. A key practice for negotiation, empathetic listening, and trust building is asking questions. It's important to ask open-ended questions and actively listen to understand the customer's current state versus their desired state, and what might help them get from here to there. If you ask open-ended questions, you'll find out where you can make your customers feel more secure. You'll be able to negotiate to ensure both of your needs are met, and you'll build the necessary trust to have a successful partnership. High-performing project managers set clear expectations about when they'll communicate certain things to their customers. For example, you might want to set an expectation that you'll provide weekly progress updates to keep clients informed, rather than expecting them to come to you with questions. When troubleshooting an issue with the product, it might not be necessary to fill the customer in on an issue that won't affect the outcome. Let's say a designer on your team quit and you had to replace them. You may be able to replace that designer with a new one fairly quickly and not even skip a beat in your project's progress. You can complete the task at hand without giving the customer any additional worry. The level of visibility between customers and clients on a given project may vary, and you'll have to use your judgment regarding what's important to communicate to your client. Sometimes you'll want to tell your client if there's an issue. If you reach a point in the project where you can't possibly move forward without their help and input, you'll have to communicate the issue to them calmly and with empathy. Let's put this into Project Plant Plow's context, where we're troubleshooting an issue with broken planters. Maybe when we were putting together our quality standards, we left some room for supplier error and accounted for some broken planters. We'll say we figured an acceptable number of broken planters was 2 out of every 50. But let's imagine that the customer received a shipment and there were 5 broken planters. At that point, we'll need to meet with the customer and ask important negotiation questions. We'll need to decide if the 5 broken planters out of every 50 is an acceptable outcome, or we'll need to discuss whether the customer would consider investing in a higher tier of planters that may be less prone to breaking. Presenting a solution, like using sturdier planters, will affect their budget, and they'll need to adjust accordingly. Is the customer okay with that change? Would that lead to another trade-off? Keeping in mind that the main goal here is customer satisfaction throughout the negotiation process, you'll want to be considerate of their feelings and limitations. You can do this by exhibiting empathy, understanding their frustrations, addressing them, and finding a solution that's beneficial for both of you. You may have held a customer-facing role in the past, whether that's in a call center, as a retail associate, as a server in a restaurant, or any number of positions. Even if you haven't, you've probably been an advocate for yourself while conversing with a customer service representative. Because of this, you'll probably have a good idea of what good customer service looks like. Good customer service results in choosing to go back to the same hair salon, bakery, or coffee shop because you like the way that you're treated and the service you received, even if you had an issue, versus choosing not to go back to those places if you don't receive that level of care. Your past experiences have taught you to manage relationships and to avoid delivering something that's low quality. It doesn't feel great when you're on the receiving end. In order to yield better results in future projects, it's necessary to get feedback from customers. Sometimes this feedback will come during the process, and sometimes it'll come after the project is completed, depending on how you map it out in the initiation phase. The matter of when you receive feedback may come down to what you actually want to accomplish in your project. If your business is launching an e-commerce site, you will want user feedback so you can make adjustments to optimize the customer's shopping experience. If your business is an on-demand cookie delivery service, you may want to deliver the cookies and then get their user feedback to know how your customers felt about the cookies and the delivery experience as a whole. User feedback helps to close any gaps in understanding between the customer's expectation and the project's needs. So to summarize very briefly, soft skills like negotiation, empathetic listening, and trust building will help create a good relationship between you and your customers. And getting feedback from those customers will help you to iterate on a product or service. That's a lot of information. Great job taking it all in. We'll get a little more specific with user testing and feedback in the next video. I'll meet you there. Hi again. As promised, we're going to discuss user testing and feedback. If the end goal of our project is to have a great quality product or service for both our own organization and our customer, we need to get an idea of what the customer wants. We already learned how to make sure something is high quality on our end. Now let's find out how to measure what clients want so we can meet their needs, expectations, and standards. The best way to get an idea of what customers and users want is to ask them. But we don't mean calling each of them up on the phone and literally asking them. That might not be the best use of our time. Fortunately, there are a few ways we can streamline that information. We can conduct a series of surveys or tests with customers and users. Some common ones are feedback surveys and user acceptance tests. Let's start with feedback surveys. Feedback surveys are a survey in which users provide feedback on features of your product that they like or dislike. These surveys can take place as you design, before you launch, in order to find out if people like and understand the product, or after you've launched, if you want to make sure the user experience is even more satisfying. So your users participate in a survey and give you feedback on what features they like or dislike, and potentially which aspects they find to be fairly intuitive and which aspects are a little tougher to navigate. After you get that feedback, you'll either be good to launch, if you haven't yet, or you'll go back and iterate on the product if it's already on the market. Alternatively, you might conduct user acceptance tests. In broader terms, a user acceptance test, or a UAT, is a test that helps a business make sure that a product or solution works for its users. A UAT must meet the agreed upon requirements and deliver the expected results. This test is typically used to assess the end-to-end experience for the user of a new process or product. A user acceptance test is incredibly important because it takes place near the end of a product's development and therefore is an overall user experience test of the entire product, software, or service. UATs are sometimes referred to as beta tests. Let's find out what a user acceptance test agenda might look like. In a typical UAT setting, you'll welcome your users and thank them for participating. Then, you'll present the product to them. This includes discussing testing guidelines and demonstrating how the product works. Next, you'll start your UAT test cases, taking your audience through critical user journeys. A critical user journey is the sequence of steps a user follows to accomplish tasks in your product. When presenting something you've built, you must give users a visual representation or mock-up of your product or have them go through a demo. For example, if you're working on a construction-based project and you intend to replace all appliances and hardware in the home, you'll want to give the user some sort of vision of what that might entail. This could include 3D models, digital blueprints, samples, and more. Your UAT demo should focus on a call to action. For instance, the call to action for your project may be the need to test hardware in the client's future home. Maybe the homeowners have requested a dishwasher that can be opened and closed with very little force and doesn't make too much noise. In that case, you'll want to give the client real-life scenarios to work within. Ask them to load the dishes and start the wash cycle. Then ask questions like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much force was required to open and close the dishwasher to determine if the washer meets their expectations? During your presentation and walkthrough of the UAT, you should be collecting feedback from the users on their overall experience. During this part of testing, your users will be able to help you identify edge cases. Edge cases are rare outliers that the original requirements didn't account for. They deal with the extreme maximums and minimums of parameters. For example, imagine that you created an app that allows for unlimited photo uploads, knowing that users will rarely upload more than 1,000 photos in a single session. How will the system deal with someone who actually does upload thousands of photos, or millions, in a single upload? It's unlikely, but it could be disastrous for your software. After identifying edge cases, the last step of the UAT agenda is to recap your findings, identify bugs or issues, and prioritize which issues need to be addressed first. When you've addressed the issue and determined next steps, you'll be able to close and conclude your user acceptance testing. And there you have it. So we've learned a bit more about the importance of listening to feedback from customers and discussed some common methods for measuring customer satisfaction like feedback surveys, user acceptance tests, and edge cases. That's a lot to learn. Keep it up. You're doing great so far. In our next video, we'll pivot to identifying reasons why risks and changes might occur and how to manage dependencies. I'll see you soon.
Hello again, I'm Holly. If you've been following this program from start to finish, you may remember me from an earlier course where I shared a bit about accessibility and why it's so important to keep it in mind as a project manager. So far, you've learned the importance of managing, communicating, and measuring quality. This is a great opportunity to also think about how to ensure the ways you are collecting feedback and the processes in place to measure quality are fair and accessible. First, if you are collecting feedback through live interviews, be sure to include an offer to provide accommodations in your correspondence when setting up the sessions. You may get requests for live captioning or an interpreter. Other folks, such as those with anxiety or on the autism spectrum, may ask to see the questions in advance so that they have time to think about and prepare their answers. Remember, what works for one person may not work for another person, even if those two people have the same disability. If you're conducting an interview on location, examine the space with an accessibility lens, like ensuring there's an accessible path into the building and to the room, and that hallways are clear of clutter that could block someone using a wheelchair or walker, or someone with a visual impairment from easily and safely moving through. If sending a survey or collecting feedback using technology, check that the systems you are using are fully accessible. If you're unsure, contact the system owner and ask if they are compliant with the latest Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, or WCAG. Be prepared to provide questions and collect responses in an alternate manner if needed. Beyond collecting feedback, as a project manager, it's important for you to make accessibility part of the conversation from the beginning, especially if your project pertains to a process or product. Oftentimes, incorporating accessible features into a product is overlooked or left to the final stages of a project and can lead to serious implications like launch delays, or worse, a product that can't be used by a percentage of the population. Ensure your developers are familiar with accessibility requirements at the start. If they're not, help connect them with appropriate resources or experts. Include testers with various disabilities in your usability testing whenever possible. And at the very least, have the product tested for adherence to accessibility guidelines. In summary, think about accessibility early and often, and encourage others on your project team to do so too. Coming up, you'll practice ways to measure quality and learn more about managing changes, risk, and so much more. Keep up the great work.
Hi, I'm Sue. I'm a technical program manager for Google's support platform. A technical program manager is responsible for making sure the team delivers on what it sets out to do. That means pulling together a lot of different capabilities and deliverables coming from across many teams to pull together a product that we deliver to our customers. Without customers, there's really no reason to be building anything. And what's interesting about building projects and working with customers and trying to imagine what they want is it puts you in this really unique place where you need to put yourself in their shoes and sort of imagine the world or imagine the product through their eyes. In a project management role, being able to empathize and understand how different people in the world will interact with your product is really important and gives you this amazing perspective. Understanding the customer's needs is a very difficult job, but it's really important. And I believe it's a skill you can develop over time. I actually consider a customer just a certain kind of stakeholder. So I like to take my stakeholders and group them into buckets. So I have customers, and they are usually the end users of a product or the ones that are purchasing the product. And then I have stakeholders or sponsors rather, the people that are funding the team that's actually building this. Those two groups of people are very different. And I like to treat a sponsor in a very special way. They are looking to increase their return on investment. And so you always need to be looking for ways to quantify how are you generating a return on that investment. There's always this little fear that they're not going to get what they paid for. And giving them information frequently and at the right level of detail is a really important skill to have as a project manager. Sometimes you can overwhelm them with too many details and they cannot see the forest through the trees. And sometimes you don't give them enough detail and they don't trust what you're telling them. And so striking that balance is really important. I really enjoy seeing a project from the very beginning to the very end when you actually get to show it to a customer and get their acknowledgement and recognition and see their excitement at seeing the product actually working. Something that when you just started, there was nothing, just ideas and maybe some papers. And then, however many months later, you actually have a product that you can show off. What I love about project management is it puts you in that role so you can really see things from the beginning to the end. In this video, we'll explore how to advocate for and create continuous improvements in a project by learning about process improvements. Continuous improvement is an ongoing effort to improve products or services. It helps ensure that a project steadily makes its way toward the best possible outcome. Continuous improvement begins with recognizing when processes and tasks need to be created, eliminated, or improved. Then a project manager must plan for and implement changes to keep the project on track. That's where process improvement comes from. Process improvement is the practice of identifying, analyzing, and improving existing processes to enhance the performance of your team and to develop best practices, or to optimize consumer experiences. When working through process improvements, using a controlled environment in an experiment can help you understand if the changes you're considering fix your problem. A control is an experiment or observation designed to minimize the effects of variables. Control groups are representative samples that help you to determine that the differences between your experimental groups and the norm are due to your changes rather than something else. They eliminate alternative explanations for your results. If you aren't familiar with this, that's okay, because I'll break it down for you. For example, you observe a problem with your process and put forward a hypothesis, which is an educated guess about what's causing the problem and how you'd fix it. Then you change one variable in the system, keeping the control group the same, and observe your results again. Let's put this in the context of Project Plant Pals scenario. Business is booming for Office Green, and demand for your team's new Plant Pals service is rapidly growing. To meet the demand, suppliers have streamlined their process of packing boxes and putting all plants into a one-size-fits-all box. Let's say you're using just one box size to ship all of your plants. For smaller plants, there's more padding added to the box to fill the extra space, and the plants usually arrive intact. But larger plants have to be squeezed into the boxes and sometimes arrive damaged, according to customer surveys. To fix this problem, you hypothesize a potential solution by posing a question. Would more of the large plants arrive intact if they were shipped in bigger boxes, using the same padding we used for the small plants? Here's where your control comes in. You continue to ship half of the larger plants in the original boxes. This is your control group. And you experiment by shipping the other half in bigger boxes. Nothing else is different about the boxes except the size. The shape, thickness, box supplier, delivery addresses, absolutely everything else stays exactly the same. After the larger plants are delivered, you conduct a new survey. If more larger plants arrived intact, your hypothesis is confirmed. If the results are the same as they were before the experiment, you'll need to try something else to solve the problem of your damaged plants. Working in a controlled environment isn't the only way to ensure continuous improvements. There are various data-driven improvement frameworks like DMAICY and PDCA. I'll define those and present them in the context of Plant Pals in the next video. See you there. In the last video, I introduced the concept of continuous improvements. We explored in depth how working in a controlled environment can optimize your outcomes. In this video, we're going to keep on that same path of uncovering methods for continuous improvements. We'll start with data-driven improvement frameworks. Data-driven improvement frameworks are techniques used to make decisions based on actual data. The first data-driven improvement framework we'll cover may be familiar to you since we discussed it in a previous course. Recall that DMAIC, or DMAICY, stands for Define, Measure, Analyze, Improve, and Control. And it maps out to 5 steps that you can take when working toward continuous improvements. So when considering how you can improve customer experiences, start with the following. First, you'll need to define the business problem, goals, resources, project scope, and project timeline. Next, measure. Here you'll conduct performance metrics and data collection to establish baselines and measure success. Then analyze. Work to find the root causes of problems and understand their impact. Next, improve. This means implementing a reasonable solution to the problem. Lastly, control. This is where you'll implement the changes and stay on top of monitoring the updated processes you've established. Another framework you can refer to when working through continuous improvements is PDCA. PDCA is a 4-step process that focuses on identifying a problem, fixing that issue, assessing whether the fix was successful, and fine-tuning the final fix. The steps are as follows. First, plan. Here, you'll identify the issue and root cause and brainstorm solutions to the problem. Let's say that one type of plant isn't selling well, which means the warehouse is full of a particular species. If you don't do something fast, the plants may die soon. So, what are some viable solutions? You propose moving the items from the bottom of the sales page on the website to the top, so those plants are front and center. You could also send out email marketing campaigns featuring that plant, where you offer customers a buy one, get one offer on the plant. Second, do, or fix the problem. In this case, your sponsor decided that they didn't feel comfortable giving plants away if they could still profit. So you've decided to go with the first option, moving the plant to a more prominent part of the website. Your hypothesis is that the best way to shift older inventory is to put it in a place that customers can't miss. The next part of this framework is check. Compare your results to the goal to find out if the problem is fixed. Now you wait 1 week and notice if the sales numbers go up for that plant. If they did, your hypothesis is correct, and you've saved some plant lives and helped Office Green avoid financial loss. Nice job. And finally, act, or fine-tune the fix to ensure continuous improvement. In our example, you decide to reorganize the website. In the future, all overstocked plants will get a prominent place on the website. Both PDCA and DMACI are great problem-solving frameworks to apply in your day-to-day life and in the workplace. These frameworks help you to identify issues, reduce errors, and optimize your processes. I encourage you to think about these techniques next time you encounter a problem or notice room for improvement within a workflow. You'll be surprised at how a simple framework can help set you up for success. Awesome! Now you know more about advocating for and creating continuous improvements. We also defined and went through some examples of using frameworks, DMACI and PDCA, for process improvements. Now that you know the basics of continuous improvement and process improvement, we'll discuss the differences between projects and programs and how they intersect. I'll meet you in the next video. By now, you know that a project manager interacts with their team members on a daily basis. What you may not know is that project managers are also part of a bigger ecosystem within their business or organization. Projects are not the only endeavor a project manager may participate in. There are also programs and portfolios. A project is one single focused endeavor. A program is a collection of projects, and a portfolio is a collection of projects and programs across the whole organization. Think of it this way. Projects can exist inside of programs, which can exist inside of portfolios. Note that I said can, because this won't always be the case. Projects can also exist as separate, unrelated initiatives. But if they're a part of something bigger within the organization, projects can become a program. The collective and separate successes of all of these three rely on continuous improvements. So who are the people that manage these various endeavors and drive success? Let's think of this organizationally, starting with a project manager. A project manager oversees individual projects and has short-term, concrete deliverables. The project manager is tasked with continuously improving their assigned project. A program manager supervises groups of projects, and even other project managers, and focuses on long-term business objectives. This program manager is tasked with continuously improving their assigned collection of projects. A portfolio manager supervises a grouping of projects and programs and provides centralized management to them. This portfolio manager is tasked with continuously improving their assigned collection of projects and programs. Different companies may have slightly different names for these roles, but the concept is the same. Let's examine an instance where these roles directly create continuous improvement for their organizations. A project manager has decided to offer monthly cross-departmental trainings to members of their team. Their team is small, so they figure it's helpful when people from other departments understand their workload and processes. This way, if someone is out of office, there will always be coverage. After a couple months of these trainings, the project manager realizes they not only improve processes and communication, but they act as inadvertent team builders. Because of the trainings, employees have the opportunity to interact and to get to know one another better. The project manager takes this info to their program manager, and the program manager loves this unexpected insight. Now, the program manager can establish these trainings across all of the projects that they're managing, making these continuous improvements program-wide rather than just project-wide. So exactly what would projects, programs, and portfolios look like at Office Green? Getting the PlantPal service launched and running is a project. It's short-term and temporary. Once the service is launched successfully, the project ends. Keeping the service going indefinitely requires the project to become a program. The program, running the PlantPal service, becomes one of Office Green's long-term business objectives, and the company will work on continuously improving the program. Now, PlantPals, along with other projects and programs at Office Green, are included in the company's portfolio. As continuous improvements are executed in Project PlantPals, the program and portfolios at Office Green will notice the benefits of that. For instance, let's refer to the example of overstocked plants from the previous video. While using PDCA, Plan, Do, Check, Act, you notice a drop in the sales of one of the plant varieties. So you decide to reorganize the website so the species that isn't selling is featured at the top, giving a small discount. This change is so successful that you end up making it a best practice. From now on, low-performing and overstocked plant varieties will be featured at the top of the website. This is, in fact, a new process. Running it over and over again will drive continuous improvements. The continuous improvement you made to the project reflected well in your program and portfolio. Because now that that's been tested, the same strategy can be implemented company-wide for all of the company's other sites and products, reducing waste and increasing revenue across the board. If many or all of the projects at Office Green see the same improvement, that directly benefits the program, which is the collective of the projects. If the same strategy is applied to programs at Office Green, the portfolio will directly benefit by having stronger indicators for profitability. Great! So now we've learned how to define a program and how it differs from a project. We also discussed the impact of a project that could result in a program, and we learned how a project can turn into programs or portfolios. Now that you know more about how these three concepts work together, let's head to the next video.
I'm Jacob. I'm a product operations manager at Google. Product operations is not that different from a program manager. I've had lots of different titles. I've been a solutions consultant, I've been a program manager, now I'm in product operations as a manager, and really it's the same set of skills, being able to organize people, take really complex ideas, make it simple for people to understand so that our teams can then work on those. Product operations manager is a really diverse role. Not only do we work with engineers, we work with product, we work with legal, but we're really the voice of the customer. And so we have a really unique position where we get to take customer feedback, whether that's coming in from a support channel, and then be able to kind of work with product to build a solution. Process improvement is looking at data to understand how we can make something more effective or cost efficient. When we work on projects, we're always taking a look at how we're managing things to see if we can be better. One example I can give is just taking notes. Seems super simple, but a lot of times what will happen is notes get taken and we forget to send it out again. We forget to send the email after so that people are updated. So we're constantly looking at new ways to do things like take notes. How do we organize the skills and the projects that we have? So that's part of the process improvement, is definitely looking at the tools at our disposal and seeing if there's something new. Continuous improvement's more a mentality that we have on the team of constantly pushing ourselves, even if we feel like the product is at a good place, to be better. Working with technology, things are constantly changing. And so we have to have that mindset of being continually trying to improve things. You can plan things out perfectly or what you think is perfect, and there's always going to be something to come up. Once you get something out in the wild, people will use the product in ways that you didn't even think about. And so that's where that idea of continuous improvement comes in, because even when you think it's great, you need to be able to look at it, let your ego down, and be able to solve those problems once you see how people are actually using it. It's critical to technology because it moves so fast. Things change so quickly. If we aren't constantly improving the things that we do or looking at the processes that we have, we're going to get behind. We're always adding new features, and so those always make new problems for us to try to solve. If you believe that what you're trying to do is really for people, and you forget about the numbers, you forget about all of that stuff, you remember that your product is going to potentially make someone really happy or make someone potentially more successful in their business. Those are the kinds of things that really make me excited to work, and it puts away all of that frustration of the kind of lead up.
Have you ever looked back on an event in your life and wished it went differently? Well, we can't help you go back in time, but there are things you can do to ensure you don't experience the same missteps again. In the last video, we discussed continuous improvements. One way to ensure continuous improvements is to conduct a retrospective. So let's discuss that a little more in depth. A retrospective is a workshop or meeting that gives project teams time to reflect on a project. Retrospectives, sometimes known as retros, should happen throughout the life cycle of a project, but mostly are implemented after major milestones, or most commonly after a project is completed. Retrospectives give you a chance to discuss successes and setbacks that took place within the project or phases. You can think of them as a form of process improvement within your project. Retrospectives serve three main purposes. First, they encourage team building because they allow team members to understand differing perspectives within their team. Second, they facilitate improved collaboration on future projects. And third, they promote positive changes in future procedures and processes. Let's detail each one. Retrospectives are great for team building since they enable teams to understand each other better and facilitate better collaboration, which improves productivity. The emphasis in retrospective is on continuous improvement and change instead of recycling old and potentially bad habits, procedures, and processes. Retrospectives are helpful because even if we plan for every possible risk, odds are that something will sneak up on us. When something does fall through the cracks and you need to reflect on it with the team, you may want to conduct a retrospective. Some additional reasons that you might want to conduct a retrospective include missed deadlines or expectations, or miscommunications between stakeholders. You may also want to hold a retrospective at the end of a sprint. As a reminder, a sprint is a series of ordered tasks ending in a goal. You could also hold a retrospective after product launches and landings. These are all great opportunities to record key lessons that other people might learn from as they work on their own projects. Identifying the stumbling blocks and successes in a project helps improve future processes. But the way you decide to conduct a retrospective can vary. There's no exact formula or template for a productive retrospective. The way you choose to structure your retrospective will depend on your team and workplace. You may decide to conduct a formal, in-person retrospective if your team prefers to debrief in that setting. You can incorporate sticky notes, documents, or any other kind of physical tools to help your team debrief. Or, if you find that your team often gets off track during in-person meetings, you may decide a virtual or online retrospective is a better option. In this case, surveys might help to get thoughts organized. Although there's no one way to conduct retrospectives, there are certain best practices to keep in mind. As we previously mentioned, you'll want your retrospectives to be blameless. Making sure that everyone feels comfortable giving feedback as candidly as possible will result in the most productive retrospective. To navigate through awkward situations or sensitive subjects, it may be necessary to encourage anonymous or private feedback. A couple of tactics a project manager can use to ensure the process remains blameless are changing perspective and switching from you language to we language. Changing perspective means putting yourself in someone else's shoes. If your team is quick to blame the delivery company for their plants not arriving at the customer's office on time, think about the situation from the delivery company's perspective. Was the delivery company's route optimized and tested to avoid traffic? If not, maybe that should have been a task in your project. Using you language can get you in trouble because it can feel like everyone in the room is judging the person receiving the blame. For example, telling your project sponsor that you didn't make it clear that we didn't have money for a contingency budget when plants die is not as productive as saying the lack of a contingency budget wasn't made fully clear from the get-go, and that's something we can improve upon for next time. The project sponsor may feel attacked and wonder why you, the project manager, didn't ask the right questions in the early stages. Maybe the fact of the matter is that both of you could have done a little bit more to include a contingency budget, and that's okay. Make sure you aren't only focusing on the negative. Retrospectives are about reflecting on the positive aspects of projects too. So talk about what went well. What was fun? What new things will you be able to carry with you into future projects? Maybe the sales and marketing teams don't work together often, but this gave them an opportunity to bond. Maybe you enjoyed working with the Project Plant Pals contracted website designer so much that the team has decided to hire them full-time. Whatever the positives were, they're worth celebrating. You could even order some dinner or dessert as a thank you to everyone. Finally, you'll want to make sure that you enact the changes you've discussed. You'll put the discussed changes in place and decide to handle the project a little differently in the next phase. People don't want to participate in retrospectives if they feel their feedback isn't fully taken into consideration and implemented. Now that you have a general overview for retrospectives, we'll build upon this foundation in the next video, where we'll demonstrate how to conduct your own retrospective. Meet you there. Welcome back. Remember how I said there wasn't one exact formula or template to follow when conducting retrospectives? That's because every team learns, adapts, and grows differently. In this video, we'll talk about how to conduct a retrospective. Different situations call for different tactics, and when it comes to receiving potentially sensitive feedback, it's best to consider your team's needs. There are a couple of things to keep in mind before you begin a retrospective. First, you'll want to maintain a positive tone throughout the process. Remember, even if there are some tough conversations, the objective of a retrospective is to encourage improvements, which prepare you for future projects. In general, the retrospective should be considered a positive experience, where team members feel comfortable sharing their feedback. Next, you may need to be considerate of teams outside of your own. If there are other teams you partner with regularly, they'll need to be involved in the retrospective as well. For instance, some adjacent teams that were part of the project may feel like they want to voice an opinion about the struggle to maintain communication between teams. If they choose not to be involved in the retrospective, you'll at least want to share your findings with them. After all, smoothing cross-team interactions and deliverable handoffs is a frequent topic of discussion in retrospectives. As previously mentioned, you can use various props and tools to conduct your retrospective. Here's an example of what a retrospective might entail. As you'll notice, it's pretty extensive and includes a lot of opportunity for details. You'll want to encourage as much feedback as possible from your team. This retrospective template is a standard document with room for project managers to fill out and discuss with their teams and use it to guide the conversations. Go over the chain of events in the same way that they happened in real time. What happened during the planning stage? What could have gone better? Where did your team get lucky? How about during the execution stage? As you do that, fill out the lessons learned section, which is a space for you to elaborate on things you could do differently the next time around. This is a space to include which risks materialized during your project. Was there a large gap between the original plan and its execution? How did the team feel about it? Maybe several of your project team members commented on the fact that the website launch didn't meet the original deadline. Because of this, sales team members didn't hit their numbers that month. The marketing department had to change the date on several pieces of content and ads, and the sponsor had to answer to investors who were eager to view the website. Team members are upset now because if you had prioritized the website's completion and spent less time on less important tasks, this may have been avoided. It's difficult feedback, but it's pertinent for future successes to consider why this risk materialized. Next time, you'll make sure to prioritize a task with so many dependencies. Now that you've gone over how everything went, build a better future for your team by filling out the remaining tables. The first one is action items, and we'll address the question, what actions should we take as a result of our lessons learned? You'll start on the left-hand side with the action item you want to address, then make your way through the cells to the right as you include information like type, as in, is this a tool, a process, a team, or something else? Owner, who will own this action item? And relative links, consider where we're tracking this item. The next table is all about future considerations. Are there any risks that could become issues if not addressed in the next quarter? Do you need to pass off ownership of this project to someone else? Include those and make sure to fill out the other cells, including type. Is this a process, a team, or something else? Contact. Who can be our resource on this procedure if we need to reference it later? And again, any links that may seem relevant to this topic. That could be relevant documentation if you're passing the project off, or it may be a risk register from your project. And there you have it. Now I showed you a pretty standard retrospective as you'd fill it out, but if you feel like your team needs something a little more interactive, feel free to have fun with it. The way you gather this information from your team can be more innovative than just a list. You can use color coding, sticky notes, columns with emojis, and anything else you feel will suit your team and keep them engaged. Whatever you do, make sure you carry the lessons learned into your next projects. In the next video, we'll recap all of our own lessons learned from this module. Meet you there.
My name is Gernot, and I'm a senior program manager here at Google New York. I work for a department called Geo, which is responsible for Google Maps and our Maps products on Google Search. A senior program manager is typically responsible for a set of projects and initiatives, all the way from the ideation stage, all the way through to getting them launched and landed. Something that happens to any project manager pretty much almost on a daily basis is that there's something unforeseen that happens and projects go off track. Retrospectives are a really important tool in the toolbox that every project manager should have. Often people say at the end of a project, okay, now it's time to do a retrospective, and you're sort of carefully looking at what are the things that happened that went well and that didn't go well, and what are some of the learnings that you can apply to future projects. But I really think of this more as a continuous exercise along the way. Like, you really should be continuously checking in on how is the project going. One example of where retrospective has helped us get back on track is we were working on the project where we were launching something on Google Search. Halfway along the way, we realized there's actually a better way to do this that would realize much bigger benefits to our users. So as a result of that, we really got the whole project team together, and we really sort of talked through what have we done so far? What is it that the current state of the project is? What are our options to go forward to help us address some of the shortcomings that we've now identified? And then collectively replan the rest of the project to make sure we are sort of on a clear path forward and we have a clear understanding of how to get to that new sort of understanding of adjusted success. It's incredibly important to be flexible and adjust direction if needed. Like, if you know that there's a change that's needed and you know that the project is going in a bad direction, like continuing in that bad direction obviously is the worst thing you could do for the project and for the company. So it's really important to, as quickly as possible, sort of initiate that process of analyzing, okay, what are the options in terms of things that we can do to course correct and make sure the project is off in a good direction, and embark on that new direction as quickly as possible, obviously while taking enough time to make sure it's a data-driven decision, all the stakeholders and sponsors are on board. The most important things to keep track of as a project manager really depend a little bit on the project that you're involved in. And so really, I think tightly managing the scope, tightly managing sort of the resources, tightly managing against the timeline that you set out, and really sort of carefully assessing how things are going as you compare them to the plan that you laid out originally. And you sort of make course corrections as needed based on the things that you see.
Hi again. This module featured a lot of information. We revisited familiar concepts and introduced so many new ones. We discussed quality management, where we learned the 4 steps to ensuring quality, which include setting quality standards, quality planning, quality assurance, and quality control. We covered continuous improvement and how to use data-driven strategies such as DMAICY, which stands for Define, Measure, Analyze, Improve, Control, and PDCA, which stands for Plan, Do, Check, Act, in order to work toward continuous improvements. We learned how to conduct and use retrospectives as a tool for future improvements, and how to facilitate positive conversation and encourage feedback from your team members in order to avoid mistakes later on in future projects. I'm really proud of how far you've come, and I hope you are too. I hope you take a moment to admire your progress and applaud yourself. In the next module, you'll learn about the importance of gathering data and how to make data-driven decisions. I'll meet you there whenever you're ready. Hi there, it's great to have you back. So far, we've talked about tracking and measuring project progress. We've also discussed how to manage quality through different techniques and the benefits of continuous improvement. Now, I'm going to tell you all about data and data-informed decision-making. You'll learn how data impacts decisions, some of which occur during a project journey. You'll get answers to questions like, how do I use data in my project? Which types of data should I search for? And how do I determine what stakeholders need to know? Now, more than ever, we have access to data at our fingertips, on our computers, tablets, and phones. We use data every day to view the stats of our favorite athletes, examine our screen time on social media, and monitor our health. Data is a part of our daily lives. Take, for example, online job search sites. These companies collect basic data you enter, like your previous experience, location, maybe any degrees or certificates you might hold, and use that information to determine potential job matches for you. Jobs that don't fit the criteria of what you entered aren't likely to appear in your suggestions. This is just one way data is used to inform and influence our decisions. In this module, we'll discuss project data and how it informs decision-making and helps to prevent both major and minor issues. We'll also discuss how project-related data can be used to reach success metrics. We'll go over common project data such as tasks and issues and discuss how analyzing this data and other metrics impacts project productivity and quality. Finally, we'll demonstrate how data isn't just about numbers. You can also tell a unique story using the power of data. Storytelling offers a memorable way to communicate important aspects of your project. Pairing storytelling with data can convince stakeholders of ways to resolve problems and ensure a successful outcome. So data certainly has its benefits. There's a lot to learn about data, and we'll lay out some of the basics so you can confidently tackle your projects. Ready to get started? Let's get to it in the next video. Hi there. In this video, we'll explain the value of data and how it impacts your projects. We'll also cover how you'll use data to communicate with stakeholders. Data is a big business. There are 2.5 quintillion bytes of data created each day. That's a lot of data and a lot of information. Let's start by talking about what data is. Data is a collection of facts or information, and through data analysis, you'll learn how to use data to draw conclusions and make predictions and decisions. We use data daily to help us make decisions and improve performance. For example, my friend is a runner who participates in annual 5-kilometer and 10-kilometer runs. When she's training for a run, she uses the data on her GPS watch to measure her time and distance. She can even calculate her pace by measuring the minutes per kilometer. She uses the minutes per kilometer data to track her performance over time so that she can focus on improving for the future. Similarly, companies use data and data analysis to improve and bring value to their organization in a variety of ways. For example, companies source data on customer behavior and customer demand to provide better services and create new products. Netflix is a great example of a company that uses data intelligence to predict what customers want. By observing data points surrounding types of genres, ratings, and number of repeated viewings, Netflix recommends TV shows that they believe customers might like, therefore improving the customer's viewing experience. In the same way, as a project manager, you can use data daily to make better decisions, solve problems, understand performance, improve processes, and understand your users. Let's examine how these benefits can impact a project. Let's talk about how this can play out in our Plant Pals project at Office Green. If you have the data on customer buying patterns and identify that your best-selling products are all tropical plants, you'll be able to make better decisions when placing new plant orders with your supplier. You'll also be able to better understand your users and their preferences to improve your offerings and performance. Another daily benefit of data within your project team is the opportunity to improve processes. If you have the data from your project tracker of the number of tasks completed, the number of escalations, or the number of issues that come up surrounding an internal process, you'll be able to deduce where the majority of issues are stemming from. This data will help inform your decision on where to focus your attention to improve the process. While these are simple examples, through critical analysis, application, and execution, data becomes a powerful tool to guide any project in the right direction. Coming up, we'll discuss the types of project data you can use to do just that. Hi again. In the previous video, you learned about the value of data. In this lesson, we'll discuss the common types of data that project managers collect and analyze regularly. We'll also discuss the tools you'll need to organize this data for your projects. Ready to get started? Okay, let's go. As we discussed earlier, data is the collection of facts that can help inform decisions. You may start to notice how the project data impacts the team's daily activities and the overall progress and success of the project. This is done by using various types of metrics. A metric is a quantifiable measurement that is used to track and assess a business objective. Metrics are based on selected goals. They vary per project and serve as a key type of project data. There are many types of project data you can use to determine progress and efficiency. You can group project metrics into productivity metrics and quality metrics. Productivity typically measures progress and output over time. Productivity metrics allow you to track the effectiveness and efficiency of your project and include metrics like milestones, tasks, projections, and duration. Let's break down each metric. As you may recall from an earlier course, a milestone is an important point within the project schedule that indicates progress and usually signifies completion of a deliverable or phase of the project. And a project task is an activity that needs to be accomplished within a set period of time. A projection is how you predict an outcome based on the information you have now. For example, you can predict that with the resources you have at the start of the project will be completed in 6 months. The duration of a project is the total time it takes to complete a project from start to finish. Duration can also be used for milestones and determining if you'll meet project deadlines. This data is broken down into hours, days, weeks, months, and sometimes years. So to recap, productivity metrics include milestones, tasks, projections, and duration. Now let's discuss quality metrics. Quality metrics relates to achieving acceptable outcomes and can include metrics such as the number of changes, issues, and cost variance, which all affect quality. Let's discuss each metric. The number of changes during the project or project scope helps to monitor risks. Changes show any inconsistencies from the initial requirements of the project. A series of compounding small changes may indicate a bigger issue and provide early warning signs of these issues. Using a change log to keep a record of these changes is a useful tool for communicating with stakeholders about why something is taking a long time or costs more than expected. A change log is a record of all of the notable changes on a project. An issue is a known and real problem that may affect the ability to complete a task. For example, an issue might be the delay of legal approval for an advertisement you were hoping to launch, or the missing number of confirmed seats to secure a venue for a business conference. Another quality metric is cost variance. It illustrates the difference between the actual cost and the budgeted cost. Simply put, cost variance compares what you plan to spend versus what you actually spent. Let's put it in an example. If you budgeted to only host 250 attendees at an upcoming business conference, but 275 people showed up, and the venue charges you for those additional guests, the actual cost will be higher than your initial budget or estimate. So to recap, quality metrics can include things like number of changes, issues, and cost variance. While these data points are commonly tracked by project managers, there are dozens more that you can leverage to inform decisions in your project. The great news is that there's a lot of sophisticated software and tools dedicated to project management and data analysis. So you'll have help keeping track of all of these different types of data in one centralized location. Project management tools like Workfront and Jira track activity and provide readable results so you can measure the overall health of your project. Data analysis tools like Tableau are useful for data visualization. Now you know a bit more about how to identify common types of data. You can also ID common project management software and tools that can help you manage and analyze data. In the next lesson, we'll cover how data helps you to make informed decisions. Meet you there. Welcome back. Let's get back to discussing all things data. Earlier, we learned about what data is, its value to the project manager, and the different types of data a project manager works with. In this lesson, we'll discuss how to identify the most important data for your project, how to prioritize the data you collect, and how to effectively gather priorities from your stakeholders so that you're meeting your goals. Let's get started. Did you know that the average temperature for most humans is 98.6 degrees? So, if your temperature reached 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, there would likely be signals that something's not quite right, like a sweaty forehead, muscle aches, or even dehydration. Your brain would begin to receive signals that something is off because it's the brain's job to pay attention to the signals that indicate there's a problem threatening your overall health. That's how you should think about data when it comes to managing your project. There are all kinds of information and facts that you can gather as a project manager. But it's important for you to be aware of the signals that threaten the overall success of the project. A signal is an observable change, and it can help you to determine the overall health of your project and identify early signs that something isn't quite right. Being aware of the different types of data you have access to and knowing which signals to respond to are key to deciding what data is most important. Maybe you're asking yourself, how do I determine what data is important? Great question. As a project manager, it's up to you to look for signals and to prioritize data to deliver positive results. There are a couple of ways you can begin to do this. One way is to observe your team's productivity and output. Identify which tasks contribute most to the overall goal. This will help you determine the importance of which data points, in this case, tasks and activities, you should focus on. Secondly, prioritize the data or metrics that are most valuable to stakeholders. For example, let's say you have an ongoing project at a manufacturing company to release a portable home appliance by the third quarter. Your stakeholder is concerned about whether or not you'll meet the deadline. Okay. Start by thinking, what data do you have about the project? You know that it's the first quarter and you're already $2,000 over budget. But you also know that you're 30 days ahead of schedule according to your burn down chart, which measures time against the amount of work done and the amount of work remaining. You may think your project is running as scheduled, but there are additional things to consider. For one, the number of tasks has increased by 10% over the last 3 weeks because your stakeholders want to add more features to the appliance. And now your team's productivity is slowing down because they're starting to burn out from the late nights and long hours required to add in those new features. Now, how do you feel about meeting that third quarter deadline? Not so good, right? What do? You might be tempted to focus on the signal that you're $2,000 over budget. But if your stakeholders communicated that they're more concerned with meeting the deadline than they were about being over budget, then you'll want to keep an eye on key signals related to time and scope rather than budget. And then hone in on those signals to identify and prioritize areas to improve. The relevant data tells you you'll be able to meet the deadline provided that stakeholders stop requesting new product features that result in more tasks for your team to complete. You can use your productivity metrics to forecast how you'll manage an increase in scope with your team's current productivity rate and communicate this to your stakeholder. To avoid having to reset expectations with stakeholders again and again, you can keep your project plan up to date with the project's priorities and ensure that this information is accessible to everyone. Stakeholders can look to your project plan for a high-level overview of answers to important questions, success criteria, artifacts, and the overall health of your project. Remember, there are a lot of data points available to you. Using signals, focusing on the tasks that have the biggest impact on the project goal, and aligning to your stakeholders' priorities are a good way to help you prioritize the right tasks. So now that you identified data and prioritized it so that you're working to meet business needs, the next thing to determine is how to use the data to make better decisions. We'll cover that when we connect in the next video. Hi again. In this video, we'll go into data analysis and how project managers use it to make informed decisions throughout a project. We use data every day to help us make both simple and important decisions in our lives. For example, imagine that you're saving money for a big purchase. Maybe you decided that the best way to reach your goal sooner is to create a budget. After spending time reviewing your budget, perhaps you find that your weekly expenses are higher than your weekly allowances, and that many of your expenses are from ordering food and dining out. You realize that in order for you to reach your goal, you'll need to start spending less money on eating out and find more cost-effective ways to buy food. With this new information, you found a way to save up for your big purchase. Similar to how you might create and adjust a budget to reach a desired outcome, it's your role as a project manager to select appropriate data to help inform your decision making. You can do this using a process called data analysis. Data analysis is the process of collecting and organizing information to help draw conclusions. It's used to solve problems, make informed decisions, and support goals. Businesses use data analysis to reveal important insights and patterns within their data that help inform actions and drive results. Gathering data is only part of the process. The other part is analyzing the data. What you learn from your analysis becomes knowledge that powers smart solutions for your project. Project managers will often apply data analysis to look for repeated behaviors and to find a solution based on data predictions. For example, let's imagine that a rideshare company has a group of data analysts working on using patterns in rider behavior to improve customer support. They notice a high demand for drivers midweek during rush hour in one specific city. As a result, riders are having a hard time getting drivers to pick them up during peak hours. As a project manager, you've been asked to come up with a solution to help meet the increased demand for drivers. You work with your team to determine which data points would be most appropriate to review. You might decide to track peak traffic times, the number of average daily rider requests, and the number of available drivers. These data points can help inform how to solve for the high demand during rush hour. After analyzing the data, your team realizes that one solution could be to offer incentives to drivers to pick up riders in the city during peak times. The new incentives make drivers feel appreciated, and the increase in drivers increases customer satisfaction. And you came to the solution thanks to the insights gleaned from data analysis. In this example, you collected types of data, qualitative and quantitative. Quantitative data includes statistical and numerical facts about the number of rider requests that came in. Requests in the city increased at specific points over a period of time. The other data is qualitative data, which describes the subjective qualities or things that can't be measured with numerical data, like user feedback about the service or product. In project management, you will use both qualitative data and quantitative data points to inform decisions, make improvements, and share insights. Coming up, you'll learn how to tell stories using data and effective ways to present. Meet you there. Welcome back. In this video, we'll discuss how to tell a powerful story using data. We'll teach you how to gather and organize your project data to present it to others within your organization. Presenting is a powerful way to communicate your ideas and support your decisions throughout the project journey. Think of presenting as telling the story of your project. Storytelling is the process of turning facts into narrative to communicate something to your audience. Storytelling is how you bring data to life, and is a useful way to tell stakeholders within your organization about your project. In a way, we're all storytellers, using information and experiences to share our ideas with others. Stories usually have a beginning, middle, and end. To tell a great story using data, we'll go over some best practices to make sure your story is complete, accurate, and compelling. In general, there are 6 main steps to storytelling. First, define your audience. Then, collect the data. Next, filter and analyze the data. Fourth, choose the visual representation. Then shape the story. And finally, gather your feedback. Now let's review each one. Step 1, define your audience. In this first step, it's important to know who you're presenting to. Are you presenting to project sponsors or executives, or to team members? Define your audience and find out what matters most to them. Begin by asking yourself qualifying questions like, what would my audience want to know about the project? Or, what are their most urgent concerns? Which key data points influence the story and project outcome? This will set you up to know the type of story you want to tell and the type of data you should use to tell it. For example, years ago, I was working on a project for Google Maps. Our goal was to apply a label to every business in the world: restaurants, hotels, gas stations, you name it. There are many, many, many businesses in the world, and I only had a small team of engineers to work with. For this project, we tailored our storytelling to an audience of vice presidents from Google Maps and Google Search. Both were important to consider because we were helping users find and connect to businesses through the Google Maps app and through Google Search. I'll return to this example as I take you through the steps of storytelling. Next up is step 2. Find the data that connects to the question you want to answer. You'll need to begin searching for data from trustworthy resources to support the point you're trying to make. Leverage the relevant project resources and documents, like your project plan or work management software, to download and analyze key data points. For my Google Maps project, the question we were trying to answer was, where should we focus our attention first? So to find the right data for this question, we turned to the many businesses in our internal database and the available information about what types of businesses users were searching for. That brings us to step 3, filter and analyze the data. Now that you've collected your data, you'll need to vet it for credibility and filter the information. For my Maps project, we use search queries to determine the types of businesses that users search for most often, which included restaurants, cafes, and hotels. There were other categories, gas stations, museums, etc., but they collectively made up a much smaller percentage of geo-specific search traffic. Step 4, choose a visual representation. Visualizations are a great way to help people remember the information you're presenting and are an essential piece of storytelling. You can use data in different ways to tell a story, like using dashboards, charts, infographics, and mappings, and we'll go over these examples in more detail in the next video. For my Maps project, we decided on a pie chart to help tell our story, which brings me to step 5, shape the story. After you've analyzed your data and know how you'd like to visualize it, it's time to tie it all together into one cohesive narrative. Take some time to think about what you're hoping to achieve, the points you want to make, and the questions and concerns you want to answer. For the Maps project, we use the pie chart to show that most geo-specific search queries are covered by a relatively small number of businesses. So we built a story about that data. We wanted agreement from our VPs to work on improving the data behind this set of categories in a few major markets, and needed to illustrate that if we improved the category data, we'd succeed in improving the search results for more than 50% of geo searches. Lastly is step 6, gather your feedback. Similar to how you may ask a friend to practice with you before an interview, you want to be sure that before you present, you do a trial run. Try getting feedback from someone who's not connected to the project. Find out if it was interesting. Did it make sense? What questions did they have? Their feedback can help you identify areas of your story that were unclear or unmemorable and give you a final chance to make adjustments. To recap, you want to define your audience, collect the data, filter and analyze the data, choose a visual representation, shape the story, and finally, gather your feedback. The key to effective storytelling is to be organized, intentional, and prepared. Coming up, we'll talk more about step 4, effective visualization. See you there. Hi there. In this video, we'll discuss data visualization and how it helps inform decisions for your project. Data visualization is the graphical representation of information to facilitate understanding. That can include graphs, maps, and tables, to name a few. Project managers use these visual representations for a few reasons. They're useful for communicating data to others because they help filter information by focusing the audience on the most important data points and insights. Visualizations are also a more efficient way to summarize information because they condense long ideas and facts into a single image or representation. And crucially, they help the viewer make sense of and remember the information being presented. Visualizations help aid information processing and enhance memory. It plays an active role in the storytelling process by helping communicate project insights to your audience. Let's go into some familiar types of data visualizations that project managers use throughout the entire life cycle of the project. First, let's discuss a common data visualization tool used when running the project, a dashboard. A dashboard is a type of user interface, typically a graph or summary chart, that provides a snapshot view of your project's progress or performance. It acts as a centralized location for project stakeholders to draw quick insights. It can display a tight summary of metrics, stats, and key performance indicators, or KPIs. A KPI is a measurable value or metric that demonstrates how effective an organization is at achieving key objectives. They serve as a great aid in helping your team and stakeholders understand if you are on the right track. In other words, they signal if you are making progress to reach your success criteria. In your dashboard, you may have a summary of your top KPIs or metrics and your progress to date. For instance, if one of your objectives is for your project to reach a 95% customer satisfaction score at the end of a 3-month period, you may track that goal via thousands of customer satisfaction surveys. Rather than displaying a spreadsheet of each response, a dashboard is a good place to summarize those results and showcase the average customer satisfaction score to see how you are pacing to your goal. Similarly, you could also include other key KPIs that signify progress, like a countdown that shows the number of days until project launch or the percentage of the number of issues resolved. Many project dashboards may also summarize project plans, documents, and reports in one place and provide a visual of the status of each of them. For example, if your project plan has hundreds of tasks with varying degrees of completion, your dashboard may summarize the amount of tasks or milestones completed at that point in time, and the percentage of tasks that are in progress, complete, or not started. As you may start to notice, dashboards are great visualizations for efficient status updates because they enable you to group, summarize, and highlight top project data points. Another visualization that does this is one that we mentioned earlier, a burn-down chart. A burn-down chart is a line chart that measures the time against the amount of work done and the amount of work remaining. The outstanding work is usually on the vertical axis, with the time visualized horizontally. This serves as a strong visualization to help the team picture the amount of tasks left to complete. Similar to line charts, column charts are another popular graph used to signal project performance and progress. Column charts are useful for comparing different activities or comparing progress over time. For instance, you can show different outputs, like the number of customers and the number of plants delivered year over year, to demonstrate growth and change. Pie charts are useful when showing the composition of something or the parts to whole relationship. All of these simple charts offer visualizations that enable you to draw quick insights and help tell stories. There are many more in the following reading that I recommend checking out and practicing. Before that, there is a final visual tool that I want you to know about, which is an infographic. Infographics are visual representations of information such as data or facts and are typically in the form of what we call at Google a one-pager or a one-sheeter. The difference is that they're typically concise summaries of that data. This is often done primarily through graphics or drawings, emphasizing the biggest points with added text for further explanation. Use infographics to present complex information quickly, professionally, and clearly, especially when you may not be present to share all of the details yourself. Infographics should be able to communicate strong information without the need for extra support and explanation. These are just a few examples of data visualization in project management. Remember, you'll want to use visuals to demonstrate and illustrate situations like changes over time, frequency, relationship correlations, and to analyze value and risks. Another important tip is to make sure that these visualizations are accessible. As we mentioned before, you'll want to ensure that your data story is understood by everyone. Check out the Resources tab on some of the best practices for accessible visualizations and communications. Nice job! Now that you're noticing how to use data to effectively tell your story, we'll continue on to the final piece of this lesson, learning about presentation techniques to present your data. Meet you in the next video.
Hello again. You just learned a lot about presentation best practices from my colleague. Just like you need to be strategic, prepared, and clear about which data you want to share, you also need to be intentional about ensuring your presentations are accessible and can be consumed and understood by everyone. Let's dive into some accessibility tips to set you up for success, starting with the design of your presentation. First, create clear, simple slides. Avoid using too many graphics, too much text, or too much animation. Visual complexity makes it harder for people to absorb information during your presentation, especially for those with a visual or cognitive impairment. If your slides use animation, make sure that you don't leave people behind by making important content disappear. If people read more slowly or rely on an interpreter, they might need a bit more time to absorb the content. Avoid using repetitive animation, like flashing or flickering, since it can be distracting and can trigger seizures. Simple doesn't have to mean boring, though. A simple slide can still be beautiful and informative. Just don't try to crowd too much information or activity into a single slide. If you generally don't use slides when giving a talk, consider giving it a try, even if you create just one slide with your main points. If you rely only on your voice, that is, you don't provide any visual accompaniment, some people might have difficulty understanding, whether because of a language barrier or hearing or cognitive impairment. Another tip is to include alternative text, also called alt text, for any images, drawings, or diagrams. Doing so describes the information relayed in a graphic to make it accessible to people who rely on screen readers. To add alt text in Google Slides or PowerPoint, simply select the object, right-click, and then select alt text. The same consideration applies to charts. Charts can be difficult to decipher, especially if they use a small font in order to fit more data. If your slide includes data-heavy charts or graphs, be sure to specify the takeaway either on the slide itself or in the speaker notes. Next, always use text for critical information. Never rely only on color or other visual formatting to convey critical information on a chart or slide. Relying too heavily on visual formatting excludes anyone who is colorblind or unable to see the screen. For example, to highlight a new section of a flowchart, don't simply use a different color. Along with the color change, add a textual cue, such as the word new. If your presentation relies heavily on images, consider including a written summary at the end of the presentation so that people can read your main points easily in one place. Another tip is to include captions for video content and in real time. Provide captions for all audio or video recordings shared in your presentation. If you're using a YouTube video, check that the YouTube automatic captioning is accurate. If it's not, request closed captioning through a captioning service. Use real-time captioning for your presentation if available. Along with helping deaf or hard of hearing audience members, real-time captioning is useful if there are diverse accents and languages in the room, if the presenter speaks too quickly, if there are microphone issues, or if you have chatty audience members who are distracting their neighbors. Another thing to remember is, for contrast and text size, more is better. The difference between text and its background color is called contrast ratio. A high contrast ratio makes it easier for people to read text or decipher images, especially if they're sitting far away or have low vision or color blindness. An ideal contrast ratio is 7:1. There are contrast checker tools available online, so be sure to check those out. Recommendations for text size vary, but bigger is usually better. Before your presentation begins, go to the back of the room and make sure you can read your slides. Also, the use of all capital letters makes reading text more difficult for some people, such as people with dyslexia. When possible, avoid using all caps. This is a simple change that can go a long way. My final tip is to share your content in advance. If possible, send slides to your audience a few days before your presentation. This gives the audience a chance to review the content, and if needed, make arrangements to accommodate their own needs and preferences. For example, visually impaired audience members might want to follow along with your slides on their own device with screen reading software. If you aren't able to share your slides in advance, consider sending a document with a bulleted outline of your presentation. And if you're using acronyms or technical or obscure terminology, include a glossary with definitions. This information is especially helpful for sign language interpreters and captioners. All of these best practices you just learned will help make your presentations accessible to all of your audience members. Remember, you can't communicate information effectively if your audience can't easily access it. For these and other best practices on how to make your documents and presentations more accessible, check out the Resources tab. Coming up, you will learn about team communication and best practices. So, good work so far. You're making real progress, and I'm excited to be a part of your journey.
Hi. You've learned the process of crafting a narrative about your project, and you've learned how to visualize key data points that help you to tell that story. Now, it's time to bring it all together. In this video, we'll highlight some useful presentation techniques. Think about one of your favorite public speakers and why you enjoy their presentation so much. Is it their voice, their knowledge, or the confidence they exude while speaking? Brené Brown is one of my favorite speakers. She's widely known for her 2010 TED Talk, The Power of Vulnerability, which received 60 million views worldwide. Brown didn't begin her career as a public speaker, but as a research professor at the University of Houston. Today, she uses public speaking as a way to teach executives and leaders about courage and empathy. Public speakers spend a lot of time working on their craft. Speaking to an audience, whether to inform, entertain, or share, isn't always easy. And data alone isn't enough to convince people that you've made the right decisions or that your project was impactful. An effective presentation helps convey the important work that you and your team are accomplishing on your project. And throughout the project, you'll likely have many opportunities to present, from your initial kickoff meeting, to your weekly status updates, to your final project presentation. As you begin to craft your narrative, think about your audience. Ask yourself, what do I want my audience to know, think, or do as a result of this presentation? Create your presentation around the big picture and keep it simple. Now let's discuss 3 ways to help you give an effective presentation. Those are being precise, flexible, and memorable. First, to give an effective presentation, you need to be precise about your key points. Identify the problem you're solving for your audience and remove any content that dilutes your narrative. One way I ensure that my slideshow presentations are as precise as they can be is by using a technique called designing for 5 seconds. The idea is that your audience should be able to understand a slide within 5 seconds. So I keep my presentation slides simple. including only the most relevant data points to avoid overloading my audience with text they don't have time to read. To give an effective presentation, you also need to be flexible. Flexibility is a huge part of your job as a project manager. For example, it's possible that a stakeholder may have to leave your presentation unexpectedly, or that other attendees may arrive late. Consider the approach you'd take if you had shortened your presentation from an hour to 30 minutes, or even just 5. Know the most important points you want to make and be prepared to share only those points, should the unexpected occur. Preparing ahead of time also helps you to be more flexible when presenting. Ample preparation helps you to avoid small mistakes that can potentially distract from your narrative, like stumbling over sentences or struggling to pull up a slideshow presentation. To prepare ahead of time, you might practice delivering your presentation to members of your team and invite them to offer feedback, ask questions, or share concerns. Preparing ahead of time also gives you space to identify and come up with answers to the types of questions your audience might have about your presentation. And it also gives you time to imagine and prepare for possible objections your audience might have to the decisions you want to make. Lastly, be memorable. Develop a strategy that helps make your narrative unforgettable. Think back to effective storytelling. This is the point where you'll want to tie in your data analysis, effective visualization, and put the finishing touches on your narrative to bring it all together. Use stories or include repetition to help your audience remember the information moving forward. Another helpful tip is to be aware of your body language when presenting. Maintain an upright posture and rest your hands at your side. When making a point, try elevating your tone of voice for emphasis. Pace yourself by using intentional pauses. And speak about half the speed you would normally speak while keeping your sentences short. Make eye contact with your audience and keep your facial expressions warm and friendly. Finally, have confidence. You've done the research and are well prepared, so you can set your worries aside. If you're precise, flexible, and memorable, you'll give a great presentation. Now that you've analyzed the data and crafted your story, your job is to present your findings effectively. Use these tips to deliver a presentation worthy of a standing ovation. In the next video, we'll wrap up and review what we've recently learned. I'll meet you over there. Congrats on reaching the end of this module. So what did we learn? We learned that data plays a key part to the success of any organization, and it impacts your role as a project manager. We've learned what data is, the value that data provides for your projects, and how it empowers you to achieve your project's goals. You learned about the different types of data, like metrics and projections, and how to identify and discern what information to watch for and to communicate to stakeholders. We also discussed how important data is to help you make informed decisions and showcase areas where you and your team are being most effective, flagging potential risks and opportunities to advance. We reviewed data visualization and data tools and learned that facts are usually easier to remember when there's a visual alongside it. We also discussed ways for you to present all of your insights to stakeholders, colleagues, and customers. So let's pause so you can give yourself a high five for coming this far. Next up, we'll discuss leadership and the fundamentals of teamwork. Keep up the great work, and we'll meet you there when you're ready. Welcome back. In this module, you'll learn the value of a high-functioning team and how teamwork can help you reach your project goals. We'll also take you through the different stages of team development, and you'll learn about managing team dynamics. We'll discuss motivating project team members to succeed and providing each person with personalized levels of engagement. And we'll take you through techniques you can use to influence others. Let's get started. Think of a leader who you admire and respect. What qualities do they have that make them a good leader? Maybe they're an active listener. Maybe they're great at fostering a sense of community for people around them. As a project manager, leadership is a big part of the job. But being a great project manager is about more than simply leading a team to complete a project. It's about supporting the people on your team to do their best work and enabling people to build things they're proud of. In this video, we'll define teamwork and explain why it's important for successful project management. The best leaders are able to get people to work together. That's why a project manager's ability to develop and lead teams that work well together is so important. But before we go further, let's pause and consider, what exactly is a team? Though there are many different definitions of the word team, here's how we describe it here at Google. A team is a group of people who plan, solve problems, make decisions, and review progress in service of a specific project or objective. Team members rely on each other to get things done. For example, a software engineering team might be tasked with creating one seamless software experience that meets users' needs. Beyond coordinating with the project manager, members of the software engineering team will also coordinate with one another as they work toward their shared goal. Teams differ from work groups, which we define as being based on organizational or managerial hierarchy. Though people within a work group might be working toward a common goal, their work is more likely to be coordinated, controlled, or assigned by a single person or entity. For example, a work group focused on quality assurance testing might be tasked with running a set of test plans. The group manager might split up that work and assign each quality assurance tester a plan to review. But unlike a team, the testers will work independently of one another to complete their tasks and will coordinate mainly with the manager and the development team of the feature they're testing. Teams and work groups each have unique benefits within a larger organization. But for the purpose of this program, we'll focus on teams. More specifically, we'll discuss how project managers develop and lead effective teams by fostering a culture of teamwork. Teamwork is an effective collaborative way of working in which each person is committed to and heading toward a shared goal. Teamwork maximizes the individual strength of each team member to bring out the best in each person. As you might imagine, teamwork is a crucial part of successful project management. There are a few reasons for this. For one, teamwork fosters creativity. A team might leverage the diverse perspectives, skills, and experiences of their members to devise better solutions and build products that address more diverse user needs than they might have if they were working independently of each other. Teamwork also encourages accountability. The knowledge that the execution of your tasks directly impacts the tasks of the rest of the team can be a powerful motivator. And most importantly, teamwork helps you get stuff done. Big, complex projects need smart, capable people to complete tasks and to reach milestones to meet the project goals. As the project manager, it's your job to encourage others to actively engage in working together as a team to foster creativity, encourage accountability, and to get stuff done. Teamwork is an effective collaborative way of working, and when done right, it can positively impact both measurable team results and the team culture. Coming up, we'll take you through the elements of effective teams. Meet you there. Teams are made up of individuals, and individuals are driven by different motivators, whether that's serving their organization, supporting their family, or simply working on projects they think are cool. You'll need to learn about the people on your team in order to best determine how to motivate everyone at the same time. A few years ago, researchers here at Google set out to identify the dynamics of effective teams. And through this research, they identified 5 factors that have an impact on team effectiveness. In order of importance, those 5 factors are psychological safety, dependability, structure and clarity, meaning, and impact. Let's break these down. Let's start with psychological safety, which is the #1 factor that impacts team effectiveness. Here's how our researchers define it. Psychological safety refers to an individual's perception of the consequences of taking an interpersonal risk. In other words, they believe it's safe to take risks within their team and they don't risk being labeled as ignorant, incompetent, negative, or disruptive. On teams with high psychological safety, teammates feel comfortable taking risks around fellow team members, seeking differing opinions, and resolving interpersonal conflict when it comes up. For example, on my team at Google, we like to say, be direct and kind. We've worked really hard to build a team culture in which we can hold one another accountable while maintaining a shared space that is safe, secure, and peaceful. What I found is that when opportunities to take risks do arise, like pitching an out-of-the-box idea to my directors, for example, this culture of mutual respect has already laid the groundwork to get direct feedback without frustration or worrying that I might embarrass myself. And that's been invaluable in maintaining a high level of psychological safety for the team. Next, we have dependability. Google's researchers explain it this way. On dependable teams, members are reliable and complete their work on time. Creating a dependable team requires a combination of setting, negotiating, and meeting expectations. Yes, your team needs to meet the expectations set for them. At the same time, you, as the project manager, need to establish a two-way relationship with your team. You have to be able to clearly communicate expectations and ensure that the team feels comfortable negotiating with you when needed. For example, it's likely that a person on your team works on 2 or more projects with competing deadlines. If they're afraid to share their own constraints with you, then their work on both projects might suffer. Alternatively, if they come to you with their concerns, an open understanding and negotiation around priorities could help ease their burden. Next, we have structure and clarity. Here's how our researchers define it. Structure and clarity refers to an individual's understanding of job expectations, knowledge of how to meet those expectations, and the consequences of their performance. Each team member has a clear sense of their individual role, plans, and goals, and they have a sense of how their work affects the group. You, as the project manager, can help foster a sense of structure and clarity on the team. For example, if a project structure and tracking are sloppy, unorganized, and incohesive, then the team's output is likely to be sloppy, unorganized, and incohesive. This can cause tension within the team. Alternatively, if you diligently engage in project tracking, your team will have clarity, feel more united, and will be able to effectively collaborate. Meaning also impacts team effectiveness. Google's researchers define meaning in this context as finding a sense of purpose either in the work itself or in the results of that work. For example, your teammates might find meaning in supporting themselves financially, helping the team reach its goals, or wanting their products to reach a new community of users. And finally, we have impact. Our researchers define impact as the belief that the results of one's work matters and creates change. It can be challenging for people to notice how their work can shift an entire ecosystem forward. Part of your role as the project manager is to help individual teammates identify how they drive impact, both within the team and beyond it. Project tracking can be a helpful tool for visualizing progress and impact. Meeting milestones, for example, demonstrates to the team how their individual tasks contribute to the larger project goals. For example, my team focuses on routing within Google Maps. The big idea is to focus on helping people to get to where they're going on time. So everything we do should make that experience incrementally better. And that's how we add impact. To recap, Google's researchers identified psychological safety, dependability, structure and clarity, meaning, and impact as the top 5 factors that have an impact on team effectiveness. Coming up, we'll discuss how project managers lead teams that reach project goals. Hi again. There are a few key ways that project managers help build high-functioning teams who work together to meet project goals. They create systems that turn chaos into order. They communicate and listen. They promote trust and psychological safety. They demonstrate empathy and create motivation. They delegate responsibility and prioritize. And they celebrate team success. Let's go through each of those points one by one. Good project managers lead their teams by creating systems that turn chaos into order. You can do this by creating, implementing, and improving standardized, measurable, repeatable, and scalable workflows and processes for your team. For example, if you find that you're usually chasing down teammates for progress on their work, you might set up a process for how and when a teammate should let you know that they've completed a task. Think of creating systems as a kind of connect the dots puzzle. Being a project manager is sort of like that, but there are no numbers, just dots and a partial image. But we don't need the numbers. We can notice the dots, know their importance, and string them together to help everyone visualize the project as a whole. You find the system through the chaos and help other people to find it too. Another way that project managers lead is through communicating and listening. As the project manager, it's your job to ensure that everyone on your team is on the same page regarding the status of your project. For example, you might communicate with the team via daily or weekly status update emails and regular team meetings. Team meetings also provide a space for listening, whether you're gathering feedback on a workflow or process or fielding questions from the group. You can also solicit feedback or questions via status update emails, since some people might feel more comfortable speaking in private. In addition to communicating and listening to the wider team, it's also your responsibility to regularly connect with individual teammates. You do this by gaining an understanding of communication styles and by asking people on your team how they prefer to communicate. What's important to know is that everyone communicates differently. For example, I might make small talk with colleagues who I know enjoy it, or I might get straight to the point with colleagues who prefer not to chat. Project managers also lead by promoting trust and psychological safety within their team. As a reminder, psychological safety refers to an individual's perception of the consequences of taking an interpersonal risk. Team members need to trust that they're safe in speaking up if they have feedback or concerns about the project as a whole or about their individual tasks. It's your job to create a team atmosphere where different opinions are welcome and all members remain respectful of one another during challenging conversations. For example, during weekly status meetings, you might schedule time for open, thoughtful, and inclusive discussions. You might model this by asking for help solving a problem that's impacting the team. You should encourage contributions from all team members, regardless of role or rank. By doing this, you make clear to your teammates that they should feel comfortable challenging processes and workflows. And you make clear that critiques of the project and plans are welcome and valued, no matter who they come from. While it can feel challenging to provide and accept feedback, it's a healthy part of project management and usually makes for a better project outcome. On an individual level, project managers lead by practicing empathy and creating motivation for their team members. It's possible you've heard the phrase, "there's no I in team." And while that's true that teams need to work together to be effective, it's also important to remember that teams are made up of individuals with differing motivations and lives outside of work. You can demonstrate empathy for your teammates by being present, listening, and asking questions. During one-on-one conversations, avoid making assumptions about what the other person is thinking and feeling. If you're quiet and curious, there's always more to learn. In addition to showing empathy for my team, I also like to create motivation by recognizing a job well done through public forums, like in a meeting or a group email. Recognition tells people that they're doing the right things and motivates them to keep up the good work. Be sure to recognize good work and not just heroic efforts. Project managers also lead by delegating responsibility and prioritizing. Most projects will likely have multiple tasks taking place simultaneously, and it's your job to keep the team focused and heading toward the project goals and deliverables. By delegating responsibility for specific tasks to individuals on your team, you provide your teammates with the opportunity to add value using their particular set of skills. You also give yourself space to focus on the project as a whole. By prioritizing tasks, you reduce ambiguity and provide clarity for your team. If you think that a task is important but your team doesn't, they might work on whatever tasks they like. By prioritizing and making that prioritization known, you keep the team focused. Work with your team to build consensus around priorities. Explaining your rationale can help you get their buy-in and increase their commitment to the work. Lastly, project managers lead by celebrating team success, both at the end of the project and throughout it. This includes celebrating big and small wins, like reaching a milestone or receiving positive feedback from stakeholders. Celebrating success is an important tool for motivating the team because it increases morale and boosts the team's engagement. You might celebrate the team with a group lunch, a small gift, or even just a congratulatory email. Simple gestures like these demonstrate appreciation for the team's hard work, and when people feel appreciated, they tend to work harder and their teams perform better. To recap, project managers build high-functioning teams in a few key ways: creating systems that turn chaos into order, communicating and listening, promoting trust and psychological safety, demonstrating empathy and creating motivation, delegating responsibility and prioritizing, and celebrating team success. As you grow in your career, you'll strengthen your ability to lead bigger and more complex teams, but the principles of teamwork will remain the same. Coming up, you'll learn about the stages of team development and how to manage team dynamics. I'll see you soon.
I am from Orange County, California. My mom was a school teacher for the majority of my life. She also went on to be an assistant principal and then became a principal herself. During that entire time as a kid growing up, I never had my summers. I actually ended up spending all of my time with my mom at her school, helping her with teachers who wanted to restock their shelves or file away papers or shred papers. Some important advice that my mother told me when I was growing up, especially when I would go spend time with her in her schools and saw what her leadership style looked like. She had and still has this uncanny ability to connect with people in ways that not only make them feel seen, but feel empowered. And I think that's a very powerful leadership style. And it's something that I like to bring to my project management role as well, because it allows me to make sure that people feel like they can get things done, but it's not just for me, it's for a collective vision. And the advice was, deference gives you the experience to be able to lead. And it's important because as a project manager, as we've said in these courses, you're not going to know, or you're not going to have a lot of the technical or specific domain expertise that you need in order to create the big meaty things that you're trying to drive. But as a program or a project manager, you're kind of the leader who's supposed to be making sure things get done. And you work with every little piece of the pie. So like my mom, who was a principal, worked with the custodial staff, she worked with the PTA, she worked with the teachers and the teachers union, she worked with the parents, and she developed this great network of people that helped her get things done. So I would say that was the best advice that I've received. My name is Emilio Garcia, and I am a Responsible Innovation Program Manager at Google.
Imagine that you're starting a new project with a brand new team of people. No one on the team has worked together before, so this will be a new experience for everyone. To better understand how your team might develop over time, let's discuss the psychologist Bruce Tuckman's 5 stages of team development: forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. These stages of development illustrate how teams grow from a disparate group of people into a high-functioning unit. You might even recognize the characteristics of each stage from previous experiences working on a team. Tuckman's first stage of team development is the forming stage. At this point, everything feels shiny and new. Individuals on the team are just getting to know one another, and they're eager to make a good impression. And typically, they're excited for the work to begin. During this stage, you, as the project manager, should clarify project goals, roles, and context about the project. People are seeking guidance, and it's your job to provide that guidance. The second stage of team development is the storming stage. This is where things get a bit trickier. As people settle into their roles and the work on the project begins, the people on your team are interacting more and maybe disagreeing a bit. This is where feelings of frustration might emerge. Individuals might take issues with certain processes they feel are inefficient or other teammates they disagree with, especially when the team is navigating tasks that are much more complex than they first appeared. Makes sense, right? If you're working closely with a new group of people for the first time, there's bound to be some interpersonal conflict. Teammates might disagree on time and effort estimations, vary in their levels of independence, or prefer to prioritize certain tasks over other equally important tasks. As the project manager, it's your job to focus on conflict resolution. Listen as the team addresses problems to solve and share insights on how the team might better function as a unit. After storming comes Tuckman's third stage, the norming stage. At this point, the team has resolved some of its internal conflict by establishing new norms, like processes and workflows, that make it easier for everyone to get things done. The team feels better equipped to work together efficiently and effectively. You, as the project manager, should codify the team norms, ensuring that the team is aware of those norms and reinforce them when needed. For example, if you've agreed to discuss solutions to issues during weekly team meetings, ensure that your weekly agenda budgets time for this topic each week. Tuckman's fourth stage is the performing stage. During this time, the team works together relatively seamlessly to complete tasks, reach milestones, and make progress toward the project goal. In the performing stage, you as the project manager should focus on delegating, motivating, and providing feedback to keep up the team's momentum. The fifth and final stage of team development is the adjourning stage. In this stage, the project is wrapping up and it's time for the team to disband. It can be a bittersweet time for the team, and you might want to mark the end of the project with a celebration. You as the project manager should set up time to celebrate the final milestones and success of the project as a group, and be sure each member of your team knows what's next for them. Okay, to recap, Tuckman's 5 stages of team development are forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. These stages of team development come together to form a helpful framework you can use to assess and recognize team dynamics and then adjust your management style accordingly. Team dynamics refer to the forces, both conscious and unconscious, that impact team behavior and performance. Managing team dynamics is a big part of determining how to motivate your team. It might be tempting to assume that people can go full speed ahead into a project, but in reality, it's important to take time to understand the dynamics of your team overall and how individual team members are fitting in. This is especially important during the more precarious forming and storming stages. Let's break down why managing team dynamics is so important. First, teams have individuals with different skill sets, varying degrees of autonomy, and competing priorities. It's your job to forge consensus and set clear purposes, goals, dependencies, and accountability. When teams function cohesively, they can focus on the tasks and objectives at hand. Another reason why it's important to manage team dynamics is that it helps you to create a collaborative and psychologically safe environment. When team members feel safe, they're willing to help one another and accept help when they need it. This benefits the entire project by keeping schedules on track. Though it can take time to get to the performing stage, using the norming stage as a time to foster a collaborative environment can help you get there quicker. Understanding and managing team dynamics can also help you understand how to motivate your team. Motivated team members are likely to contribute more to discussions, complete their tasks, and actively participate in other project activities. A positive team atmosphere can help employees feel empowered, more comfortable taking calculated risks, and more likely to seek out innovative solutions to complex problems. Remember, so much of team dynamics happens under the surface. Identifying and understanding the stages of team development can help you make sense of how dynamics are playing out on your team. This can help you to be a better leader. Coming up, we'll discuss what it means to promote ethical and inclusive leadership in the workplace. Meet you there.
Hi, I'm Rowena, a Senior Program Manager in the Systems Productivity and Reporting team in Google Cloud. As a project manager, you'll find that you're not actually the direct manager of people in their roles. The key soft skill to have here is around influence, influencing without authority. It's the ability to be able to communicate with people and make sure that they understand your goals and objectives and take them along on a shared vision and shared journey. So when I first became a project manager, one of the mistakes that I often made was trying to do everything for myself and not asking for help. Over the course of the last couple of years, I've really learned how to delegate and work with others as part of a team to make sure that I am effectively managing a project as a project manager, regardless of whether I have management or authority over the project team, and allowing those SMEs to really do what they're really good at. Delegating for me in my day-to-day role kind of looks like this. So I try to find subject matter experts or people that really enjoy doing a specific something that may not actually be their role. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got from a mentor was around finding people in the organization that enjoy doing something and delegating your work to them. That way you can focus on overall project or program management without having to get bogged down in the weeds by certain details that actually you might not enjoy doing or someone else really enjoys doing. Psychological safety is really important in teams because it brings diversity of thought to the table. One thing that I'm really working on is making sure that we practice inclusive meetings. An example of that could be, in a meeting, if you notice that one or two participants are usually quiet or don't speak up, try to encourage them to be a part of the conversation. Even better, have a coffee with them before and ask them what they think of that upcoming topic. Encourage them to bring those ideas to the table. Having diversity of thought in the room is so important. Otherwise, you're going to end up with one person in the room constantly just bringing their thoughts and ideas to the table. That's not very diverse. So one thing with psychological safety is this kind of partnership with mentorship and sponsorship. So to delegate, I make sure that I sponsor people. So I make sure that I showcase their best quality work across the whole project team. It's really important for morale. On the other side, with mentorship, if there's a junior team member on the team that maybe doesn't have the experience or isn't as confident as speaking up, I usually delegate smaller tasks to them to build up their confidence, or delegate something that they might actually consider to be fun that's not in their normal day-to-day work. So finding those kind of unique balances is the best way to delegate and prioritize.
Welcome back. Leading a project team comes with the responsibility to create a psychologically safe environment for the people around you. Through ethical and inclusive leadership, you can create a team culture that works for everyone and motivates the people around you to do their best work. In this video, you'll learn the definitions of ethical and inclusive leadership. You'll also learn about the importance of fostering a culture of respect, creating equal opportunity to succeed, and ways to invite and integrate diverse perspectives. So what do ethical and inclusive leadership entail in a team and organization? Let's start with ethical leadership. Ethical leadership is a form of leadership that promotes and values honesty, justice, respect, community, and integrity. You promote ethical leadership by defining and aligning values within your team and demonstrating how adhering to those values benefits the mission of the organization. For an example of this, consider how work culture has evolved in recent years. Around the world, employees working for organizations of all kinds have been calling on their employers to adopt ethical policy changes and to state their positions on current events. Companies can demonstrate ethical leadership by creating forums where employees can raise their viewpoints, be heard, and receive follow-ups from company leaders on employee concerns. Ethical leadership is closely tied to inclusive leadership. If ethical leadership's aim is to create forums where employees' concerns can be heard, inclusive leadership aims to put what we've heard into action to create an environment that encourages and empowers each and every member of our community. That, in turn, leads to more innovation and better solutions. Here's how we think about inclusion here at Google. Inclusive leadership is when everyone's unique identity, background, and experiences are respected, valued, and integrated into how the team operates. These differences improve the team culture, collaboration, innovation, and output. Inclusive leadership is related to diversity, in that diversity is the set of differences each of us possesses, whether visible or invisible, that gives us each a unique perspective on the world and our work. Inclusion is what the team does with that diversity of thought and perspective. At Google, we've identified 3 ways that managers can lead inclusively. These include fostering a culture of respect, creating equal opportunity to succeed, and inviting and integrating diverse perspectives. To foster a culture of respect, it's your job as a project manager to serve as a role model, set the tone for the team, and take action when needed. That means modeling the values of your organization, taking appropriate action if misconduct occurs, creating an environment in which team members feel comfortable speaking up with concerns, and recognizing team contributions regularly. To create equal opportunity to succeed, you should ensure that each person on the team has access to the information and resources they need to do their best work. You do this through regular communication, accessible documentation, and regular check-ins with the team to listen, share information, ask and answer questions, and provide support. As a project manager, you're in the perfect spot to identify work that might be a good fit for a person who really wants it, but who shies away from asking for it. Knowing an individual's aspirations will help you highlight these opportunities. Finally, to invite and integrate diverse perspectives, it's your role to cultivate a culture in which each team member's perspective can be openly shared, heard, and integrated into work-related decisions. You do this by creating a sense of psychological safety on the team and by inviting teammates to share their thoughts, ideas, and concerns, regardless of their role or rank on the team. Developing ethical and inclusive leadership skills requires regular practice. So whether you're leading a project team of 2, or 20, or 200, you should be diligent in building up your inclusive leadership skill set by creating an environment in which your team feels safe, heard, and values. You can do this by fostering a culture of respect, creating equal opportunity to succeed, and inviting and integrating diverse perspectives. In the next lesson, we'll discuss the fundamentals of influencing, as well as some common mistakes that people make when attempting to influence others. Meet you in the next video. Hi again. In this video, we're going to discuss influencing the people around you. I'll describe the 4 steps of influencing and some common influencing mistakes. There are a few techniques that project managers can use to influence the people they work with, both within a team and beyond it. But first, what do we mean by influencing? Influencing is the ability to alter another person's thinking or behaviors. We'll discuss the concept of influencing in the context of our Plant Pals project at Office Green. Let's say that your team would like to partner with a well-known chocolate manufacturer to create a bundle deal. With this deal, the client could choose to add on a high-quality chocolate bar with each plant they purchase. You decide to send an initial email to a partnership manager at the chocolate manufacturer to gauge their interest in the idea and ultimately influence them to work with you. So, how do you go about writing that email that effectively influences your audience to consider your idea? Well, it turns out there are 4 tried and true steps of effective influencing. Leadership expert Dr. J.A. Conger identifies the steps to effective influencing as establish credibility, frame for common ground, provide evidence, and connect emotionally. Let's discuss each step. The first step to effective influencing is to establish credibility. During this step, you make the case for why your audience should listen to you. According to Dr. Conger, credibility comes from 2 sources: expertise and relationships. You need to demonstrate to your audience that you're an expert on a given topic, whether that's through professional experience, extensive research, or something else. And you need to demonstrate relationship credibility by establishing that you're honest, trustworthy, and someone who they'd want to work with. To establish credibility, you might kick off your Office Green email by greeting the recipient by name, then writing something like, "I'm Elita, a lead project manager at Office Green. Your colleague Alex passed on your contact information. Alex and I worked together to launch new services at Office Green before she joined your organization." In these opening lines, you've established expertise credibility by introducing your role at Office Green and by subtly highlighting that you've launched new services in the past. And to demonstrate relationship credibility, you've established that you and the recipient have a shared contact who has worked closely with you in the past and can vouch for your trustworthiness and emotional intelligence. The second step is to frame for common ground. In this step, you'll make the case for how your idea can benefit your audience. To determine this, you'll need a strong understanding of your audience and their values. In essence, what about your idea will appeal to them, and how will they stand to benefit from agreeing to your idea? In our Office Green email, you might establish that you've researched their organization extensively and believe that this new service might align with their current offerings. For example, you might write something like this. We're launching a service to provide top clients with desk plants, and we'd like to explore a bundle offering to pair high-quality chocolate with each plant order. I've admired your organization's push in recent years to work with other lifestyle and wellness brands, and I think there may be a great opportunity for us to collaborate. In this portion of the email, you've established that you've done your research on the organization and that their previous partnerships indicate that working together might be a great fit. The next step is to provide evidence. In this step, you'll make your case through hard data and persuasive storytelling. Numbers aren't strong enough on their own. They need stories to liven them up. In our Office Green email, you might appeal to your recipient with a line like, "We recently surveyed clients to gauge interest in this kind of offering, and your brand came up again and again." In this example, you've provided evidence through the results of client surveys, which showed overwhelmingly positive brand recognition for our shared audience. The last step is to connect emotionally. In this step, you'll demonstrate to your audience that you're emotionally committed to your idea, and you'll do your best to match their emotional state. In our Office Green email, you might demonstrate an emotional connection by tapping into their brand ethos. For example, you might write something like, "We've been following your profile on Instagram and love your posts on chocolate's connection to living a well and balanced lifestyle. Perhaps we can discuss combining forces to bring this message to an even wider audience." And then you end your note with a friendly closer. Something like, "If you're interested, I'd love to connect and share what our partner program is all about." To recap, establishing credibility, framing for common ground, providing evidence, and connecting emotionally are 4 proven effective steps you can apply when attempting to influence others. Dr. Conger also identified 4 common mistakes that people make when attempting to influence others. They'll often approach their audience too aggressively, and that tends to put people off ideas entirely. They might also resist compromise, which is crucial for any kind of mutual agreement. They'll focus too much on developing their argument for the idea and not enough time establishing credibility, framing for common ground, providing evidence, and connecting emotionally. And they'll assume that they can work out an agreement through just one conversation. These mistakes can jeopardize your attempts to influence others and limit your ability to build relationships. So be mindful of these common mistakes when preparing to pitch another person on your big idea. Great job! Now you know the 4 steps of influencing, as well as some common mistakes that people make when attempting to influence others. Coming up, you'll learn more about personal and organizational sources of influencing power. Meet you in the next video. Welcome back. Earlier, you learned how your approach can impact your ability to influence others. But influencing is about more than just your approach. In fact, so much of your ability to influence others comes from your own sources of power. Throughout your career, you'll rely on your sources of power to influence others to do great work in service of the project goals. In his book, The Elements of Power, Lessons on Leadership and Influence, the researcher Terry Bacon determined that most power sources fall into 2 buckets, organizational and personal. From these power sources, we picked out the ones we feel are most important to cover here. Let's start with organizational sources of power, which include your role, information, network, and reputation. First, we have your role, which refers to your position within an organization or team. In a project management role, you have a certain level of power over the project, and therefore more influence. Information is another source of organizational power, which refers to your level of access and control over information. As a project manager, you possess a huge amount of information about your work and your stakeholders, which can work to your benefit. Now, it may be tempting to assume that as a leader, you have all of the answers. But to be a good influencer, you should ask questions and consider all ideas. You may even hear new insights and notice issues in a different way. Share information with your team regularly so that they can provide input on the full picture. You can also derive power from your network. This refers to people you're connected with professionally and personally. Strong connections within your organization and beyond it can boost your ability to influence others and help your project continue on. If you demonstrate that you're well connected and have a good chance of getting stakeholder support or budget approval for your plans, then you're more likely to get your audience on your side. You should use your network to help colleagues make new connections. Your team's effectiveness will increase as you take on the responsibility of helping each person develop their skills and expand their network, which in turn increases their own influencing power. Lastly, we have reputation, which refers to how others perceive you overall. As you might expect, people with positive reputations tend to be more influential than those with negative reputations. One way I've noticed this play out is through collaboration. If you're a good collaborator, you can boost your reputation by becoming known for being easy to work with, keeping your commitments, and helping others achieve their own goals. Your role, access to and control of information, network, and reputation are important organizational sources of power to be aware of. It's also important to identify power sources that come from you. These are referred to as personal sources of power, which include knowledge, expressiveness, history, and character. I like to think of these as your own personal superpowers. Knowledge refers to the power that you draw from your expertise in certain subjects, your unique abilities and skill sets, and even your ability to learn new things. What comes to mind when you think about an influential leader? Typically, they have a lot of knowledge in their field, and you're more likely to trust their opinion. When you're considering how to use your own knowledge as a source of power, reflect on the expertise you already have, and consider areas where you still want to grow and learn more. Expressiveness refers to your ability to communicate with others. This is a big one. As you learned earlier, so much of influencing comes down to how you approach your audience. Maybe you're a great storyteller, or maybe you're really good at connecting emotionally with people. Strong communication skills like these can significantly increase your ability to influence others. The next personal source of power is history. History refers to the level of personal history there is between yourself and another person. Makes sense, right? A strong relationship with the person you hope to influence can go a long way. As a project manager, you'll be managing team dynamics and building team relationships, which can help you build up personal history with the people around you. And finally, character. Character refers to other people's view of the qualities that make you, you, like honesty, integrity, kindness, and so much more. Character is a huge one. You'll derive an enormous amount of power from high estimates of your character. What personal characteristics do you value within yourself? These are the qualities that have the power to make you a strong, supportive leader for the people around you. Knowledge, expressiveness, history, and character are just 4 personal sources of power. But it's important to remember that there's so much wrapped in each one of these. There's trustworthiness, authenticity, wisdom, and on and on. There are so many attributes to draw power from. I like to think of these elements as personal superpowers. I learned early on in my career that my personal superpower is knowledge, specifically my innate curiosity. When I started at Google, I didn't have a background in software engineering. But I'm a naturally curious person, and I'm not afraid to ask questions. When I join a new team, I find the engineer who seems to have the most knowledge or experience, and I ask them to teach me how everything works. Most people are genuinely interested in sharing what they know. That initial chat usually leads to conversations over lunch, which helps me to build my own knowledge and personal history with my colleague. And through these conversations, I learn about other teammates to connect with, which increases my network. As you build your career, try to identify your own superpowers. Find the combination of influencing techniques that best suits your particular circumstances. It takes practice to polish your skills and lean into various superpowers when working with others. But if you invest time in thinking and troubleshooting your influencing strategy, it will pay off. In the next video, we'll review and wrap up. Meet you there.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm a diversity program manager here at Google. Influencing is a huge component when it comes to program management. You might have an incredible idea about where you want a program or a project to go. And so once you have come up with all these creative ideas and you want to convince someone to sign off on it, you have to think about what's in it for them. What's the impact that this project or program is going to have on the business, on the consumer, what have you. And so once you're able to distill what that impact is going to be, you can really think about how you're going to frame the ask to that executive stakeholder, right? So influencing, everyone has the ability to do it. You've done it since you were a kid, whether it be trying to go out and play with your friends or get your favorite meal from the favorite restaurant that you have. You've always tried to influence someone to give you what you want, but you have to think about what the value is for them. So different when you're a kid, the value is only really for you. When I first came into my role as a diversity program manager, there were a set of programs that had been around for a number of years. And I came in, had a fresh set of eyes, and I recognized that there's a lot of redundancy with the programs that we had. What I did is I came in and I had to influence people that had been running those programs, that their programs were all very similar, and that if we all worked together, we'd be able to build just one program that solves all these needs. Now, that took some time, right? I had to show examples of why I think this singular program could impact the target population the same way. I had to show how each person would have a role in this new found program, right? I couldn't just say like all of your programs need to stop. It was more so all your programs need to mature into this new identity. So it took some time. It really also took a lot of relationship massaging and maturing, because I was a new guy. So I had to come in and prove myself. The impact was shown pretty soon after because it was thought through well in advance. My advice is keep it simple. So you have all of the background information about why this is important, all the steps that it'll take to get there. But the person who you're trying to influence just needs to know when you're going to get there and basic information on how you're going to get there. And so don't try to bring them into the weeds with you. Keep them at a point that makes sense for the audience that you're in. So if you're talking to a researcher, they might want to know the data points. If they're talking to the marketing team, they want to probably know the more splashy, high-level elements and the target demographics, right? So keep in mind your audience, but keep it simple. Influencing doesn't need to be a chore. Once you've done the work, you should be excited to talk to someone about it. And so if you don't feel excited about the work that you're doing, I would take a step back and think about what it is that you are building, what it is that you're putting together. And if it doesn't excite you, it's not going to excite somebody else.
Nice work. You made it to the end of this module. How are you feeling? Over the past few videos, I've taken you through the many facets of team management and influencing. You learned to explain the importance of teamwork in creating a high-functioning team that can complete the work of a project on time. And you learned how to lead in ways that motivate others to succeed, both at the team level and on an individual level too. You learned about the 5 stages of team development, which is a helpful framework for understanding and managing sometimes challenging team dynamics. I explained how to apply techniques for effectively influencing the people around you, and you learned what not to do when trying to influence others. And finally, you learned about the sources of power, both organizational and personal, that contribute to your overall ability to influence your team. Coming up, I'll take you through effective project communication. See you soon. Hi, and welcome back. In the last section, you learned all about team management, the stages of team development, how to motivate team members, and setting expectations for your team. One thing that is incredibly important to teamwork and managing projects is strong communication. Over the next few videos, we'll discuss the importance of project communication, how to effectively communicate, and different methods and tools for communicating. Ready? Let's get to it. By now, you should be aware that effective team communication is necessary to help ensure a successful project outcome. In this video, I'll share more tips for communicating with your team and introduce you to tools that will help you and your team communicate even more effectively. As the project manager, you are the one who connects your team to the information they need. Throughout the project, you'll serve as the main resource for your team when it comes to communicating and clarifying goals, action items, progress, and updates. It's important to make sure that you're carrying information forward consistently and coherently so that everyone understands what the current state of the project is and what happens next. Teams communicate in a myriad of ways. Though project managers are constantly communicating through check-ins and meetings, project documents such as project plans including schedules, trackers, or meeting notes, they're also hubs for team communication. It's your responsibility to be clear about how those documents get used, who has access to those documents, and how often the documents get updated. Of course, in addition to those responsibilities, you'll also have to field emails, instant messages, and attend meetings. All of these things are critical in driving a project forward. As a project manager, you are the one who coordinates incoming and outgoing information. You connect individuals to the necessary details and context, and track who needs to receive what information and when. You'll need to communicate certain information to your team multiple times and in various ways. Some people learn by listening, some people learn by watching, and others learn by doing. Communicating in various ways ensures that you're sharing knowledge to your team in a format that's digestible and easy for them to take in. Your team will have a lot of tasks to focus on. Be proactive and reinforce important information multiple times in multiple ways so that no one is left out of the loop. There are many tools for communicating with your team to make it easy to keep in contact and be on the same page throughout the duration of the project. Some of these include email and messaging, in-person meetings, video conferencing, and work management and collaboration tools. Your organization might have some of these tools in place already, or you might have the opportunity to select some for a project. In either case, it's good to be familiar with what's out there. We'll explore tools that provide effective project team communication in more detail in the next video. Meet you there. Hi again. Let's explore some of the common tools for effectively communicating with your project team and stakeholders. In this video, we'll focus on messaging, virtual meetings, and work management and collaboration tools. Let's start with messaging and email. Email is standard for business communications, so it's important to streamline the number of emails that you send out. At Google, I get tons of emails a day. It's a lot of work to figure out which ones I need to read immediately, which ones can wait, and which ones require a reply right away. It's important that you understand how to use email in a professional context. A quick internet search will provide you with lots of tips and examples. Here are some of my key tips for you to keep in mind. Carefully select who you're sending an email to, and most importantly, be conscious of why you're sending it. Make sure the subject field clearly states what the email is about. If it's urgent or requires a response, add that to the subject and the first line of the email. Keep your messages as short as possible and stay on topic. If there's a lot of information to share, consider placing the information into a digital document you can link or attach to the email. Then summarize what you want readers to focus on. If there's a specific action you need from the recipient, state it clearly so that they understand what's expected of them and when. Your language choices matter, so avoid slang, acronyms, and shortcuts for words that might be more appropriate for text. Oh, and one more thing. Write in an appropriate tone for the person receiving the email. It's generally best practice to be friendly, motivating, clear, and specific. As I mentioned earlier, most people, especially other managers, directors, and executives, get lots of emails. With that in mind, you may want to consider instant messaging tools like Google Meet or Slack. This can be an alternative to email when you just have a quick question or update, or as a way to alert someone to please check their inbox. Instant messaging helps reduce back and forth emails or phone calls and can quickly clear up miscommunications, or let you know if and when you should take an issue to a meeting. Be mindful of when you decide to use instant messaging. This kind of quick communication can lead to distraction and informality. It can easily become an outlet to share non-work related information or information that's sensitive or confidential. It can also be difficult to track instant messages. Later on, if you need to reference information that you chatted about, you might not be able to easily find it with instant messaging. It's a good idea to ask people's preferences on how they like to be communicated with. Even if instant messaging is faster, the person might prefer to use email. With experience, you'll be able to determine the most effective ways to communicate with your team. Next up, we'll discuss some tools for remote meetings. Virtual meeting tools like Google Meet and Zoom are great for communicating, especially as remote work becomes more standard. Better yet, each of these tools are easy to access and easy to learn how to use. Well-run online meetings can be extremely effective. They allow you and your team to interact in real time, which can help boost morale and create a sense of team when it's not possible to be together in person. Virtual meetings can be highly engaging as attendees can access and share files during the meeting. And then there are work management and collaboration tools like Google Drive, Asana, and Smartsheet. These kinds of tools make it easier to share information among teams. Even better, with work management and collaboration tools, information sharing goes both ways. Team members can easily update their progress without the need for extra meetings or phone calls. These tools can accomplish many different things, like tracking progress on tasks, deliverables, and milestones. They can also help you to manage a budget, build helpful charts and diagrams, manage contracts and licenses, and keep stakeholders informed. Work management and collaboration tools allow you to focus your communications within the context of specific tasks, project details, and timelines. Rather than writing an email and linking to the relevant information, when you're working and communicating in a tool, the information is already there in one place for easy reference and decision-making. Another great aspect of these kinds of tools is that the work gets done in real time. These tools allow remote teams to collaborate and communicate as though they're physically working in the same office together. Encouraging your teams to check in and update their progress regularly helps to maintain the real-time feel of interacting with coworkers. There are many different types of work management software that automatically make project planning and tracking a lot easier, and they are much more efficient than manual project tracking. A quick word of caution before we move on. The use, access, or sharing of confidential or need-to-know information externally, including financial and business data, user data, and information about our products and services is likely prohibited unless you're given explicit permission. When using shared work management tools, just be mindful of who wants and needs access versus who doesn't need access to do your part in keeping important data safe. There are so many different ways to share information to your team, whether through meetings, emails, instant messages, spreadsheets, and trackers. By becoming familiar with some of the more common communication tools, you can choose the right one for your project needs. Now you've learned a bit more about the importance of team communication and some tools that effectively communicate and foster collaboration within your team. In the next video, we'll learn how to organize and facilitate team meetings to ensure project success. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. Meetings can be an effective method to distribute information, communicate with your team and stakeholders, and help keep a project on track. In this video, you'll learn how to organize and facilitate effective team meetings that will lead to a successful project. While the size, purpose, and format of meetings may differ, effective meetings always have the following elements in common. They are structured, intentional, collaborative, and inclusive. Let's study these elements in more detail. First, effective meetings are structured. This means they start and end on time, the attendees have been carefully selected, the meeting topics are prioritized, and the designated note taker has been assigned. Managing the meeting time and audience lets participants know that they're valued and appreciated. Remember that everyone's time is valuable. If someone's presence is unnecessary, you don't need to invite them to the meeting. Maybe you can share the notes. Include people who can contribute to the discussion and anyone who will be directly affected by the topics discussed. Structured meetings also have an agenda with prioritized topics, so the most important items are given appropriate attention. It's good to think about and set expectations for how long you expect the group to spend on a given topic. This is defined as time boxing, which just means you're setting a time limit for discussion. In a time box, you give each topic a buffer of a few minutes to make sure you're not overpacking your agenda. Keep the meeting time in mind and make sure you've scheduled enough time for the topic you need to cover. If there are several topics you need to address, consider scheduling a few shorter meetings with just 1 or 2 topics as their focus. After your first few team meetings, think about the pacing to know if you need to be more generous with the time given to each topic or if the group has time for a little more. If you get through your topics before your time is up, don't be afraid to call a meeting early. Everybody loves having their time back. Finally, a structured meeting should have a designated note taker, so you or anyone else can refer to the meeting notes later and find out what was discussed. The note taker could be you or another meeting attendee. For this reason, be clear about how, when, and to whom the meeting's outcomes are shared. Again, this all depends on the type of meeting you're having and who is attending. I'll loop back to describe some different types of project meetings in the next video. The next point to consider is that effective meetings are also intentional. This means they have a clearly stated purpose and expectations, which should be in the meeting agenda as well as the meeting invite, so everyone understands why they're attending. The agenda needs to set clear expectations for what needs to occur before and during a meeting. It helps attendees prepare, keeps everyone focused on the right topics, and clarifies meeting expectations and goals. The purpose of your meeting might be to make a decision, assign tasks, propose and vet an idea, or something else. Your meeting's purpose or goal describes the reason you're meeting and what you'd like to achieve. A well-designed agenda increases the group's ability to address problems and prevents wasting time. For example, you may be reviewing last month's business sales and setting goals for the next month. Maybe your group needs to choose coordinators for an upcoming event. Or your goal could be to have your supervisor prioritize a list of tasks. The purpose might change from meeting to meeting, or it could stay the same. If input is needed by attendees, be sure to send any pre-reading materials in advance of the meeting so that everyone shows up prepared to participate. Depending on the purpose, meetings can be formal or informal, have as few as 2 or 3 group members, or have hundreds of attendees. Whatever it is, make sure you state a clear, thoughtful purpose and strive to achieve that purpose by the end of the allotted time. Another element of effective meetings is encouraging a collaborative environment. Collaboration is when people work together to produce or create something. There are lots of ways to make your meetings collaborative, even if the purpose is for one person to share important information with the rest of the group. One easy way to do this is to be sure the agenda isn't just full of presentations where participants are talked at. Be sure the agenda is clear about the objectives of the session. Will a decision be made, or is the session for information and discussion? Second, have a digital shared meeting document and encourage participants to write any comments or thoughts directly in the document. But more importantly, remind them that the notes will be shared. This encourages active listening and participation in real time during the meeting. Last, it's important to respect and embrace each individual's preferred communication style, even in meetings, especially in collaborative meetings. Let folks know they're welcome to respond verbally, through the chat, in the meeting notes, or in any other format you'd like to include. The final element of an effective meeting is that it's inclusive. Inclusivity is the practice or policy of including people who might otherwise be excluded or marginalized. When it's done well, inclusion leads to excellent collaboration, ensuring that every participant's contributions are valued. As a project manager, you play a critical role in ensuring that meeting attendees feel supported and included, so offering additional resources for ways to participate is helpful. For both in-person and virtual meetings, consider appointing a meeting moderator or facilitator. This person will guide the meeting and help participants ask questions in real time while someone else is presenting. This way, the presenter can stay focused on their topic while the moderator pays attention to the participants and can help guide participants on when they can chime in. It's also a good idea to leave space in the meeting for participants who've been quiet. At the close of a topic or before the meeting ends, you might consider going around the room once in a while and asking each person to comment on a particular issue or question. I like to call this a final flight check before everyone takes off and goes their separate ways. A key component of inclusivity is ensuring that your meetings and presentations are accessible. You'll find more information on this in the course resources. Another thing to consider is the level of internet access when conducting virtual meetings. For those without strong internet access, provide a phone dial-in option. Most online meeting tools, including Google Meet and Zoom, have this option. Let participants know it's okay to turn off their cameras if they need to improve the connection or adjust the video quality. Focusing on inclusion helps build a sense of belonging and serves as a reminder that we live in a world with many different kinds of people. Creating a meeting space where people of different views, backgrounds, and experiences can do their best work and be there for one another is key. These tips aren't exhaustive by any means, but hopefully they can be useful to start empowering others to meaningfully join in and contribute. When done right, meetings can be incredibly useful communication tools. That's why it's important to be purposeful when designing meetings that are structured, intentional, collaborative, and inclusive. This will earn you a reputation for running efficient, inclusive, successful meetings where everyone feels appreciated, which is great for your project and your career. Great job! So now we know a bit more about the effective methods to distribute information, communicate with your team and stakeholders, and keep a project on track. We've also learned some of the elements of creating an effective meeting, like including a clear agenda, attendee list, taking detailed notes, and more. In the next video, we'll learn all about the most common types of project meetings. Hi again. Now that you've learned the key components for organizing and facilitating an effective team meeting, we'll explore the specifics of some of the most common types of meetings you'll need to have during a project. Every project has meetings, lots of meetings. While every meeting is unique, being familiar with the most common types of project management meetings will help you better identify the goals, structure, and activities best suited for each one. There are 4 general types of project management meetings: project kickoff, status updates, stakeholder reviews, and project reviews. The first one we'll talk about is the project kickoff meeting. This is often considered the official beginning of a project and serves as a way to align the team's understanding of the project goals with actual plans and procedures. Members of your team are the major attendees of your kickoff meeting, but the participation of senior management and key stakeholders is also required for securing buy-in and ensuring alignment with project goals. The next type of meeting we'll discuss are status update meetings. Status update meetings are one of the most common types of meetings. This category includes regular team meetings where the primary goal is to align the team on updates, progress, challenges, and next steps. During the meeting, the project manager may distribute or present project performance reports and formal status updates on key elements of the project. This allows the team and stakeholders to gain visibility into current performance levels and task progress. One of the project manager's key responsibilities is to be aware of the status of the project at any given time, and to ensure that others are up to speed or know where to find the latest information. In order to do that, status updates become a critical tool throughout the lifecycle of a project to check in on the project. Typically, you'll assess the status of each of the following topics during this meeting. First are task updates. It is important for the attendees to know what is the status of the most urgent tasks, how many tasks have been completed, and how many open items remain. Next is schedule status. Are we behind schedule, ahead of schedule, or on pace with our projections? Similarly, it's common to discuss the budget status and any new items that impact your bottom line. Then, you should discuss current or anticipated issues. For example, changes, risks, resource issues, vendor issues, and so on. Particularly changes to quality and scope. It's always a good idea to raise these items on a recurring basis so that no one is caught off guard and you can discuss solutions together. Lastly, you'll want to discuss action items. An action item is a task on your list that needs to be completed. Assigning action items is a great way to wrap up the meeting and make sure the project keeps forging ahead. Remember, every action item has an owner and a due date. The status meeting is a fundamental project tool that keeps the project on track. Most project managers recommend using a relatively fixed agenda and time with this meeting. To keep the team engaged, follow the agenda and hold the meeting to a tight schedule. Because the project manager should be able to report up-to-date information to the project sponsors or clients at any time, it's important to conduct status meetings regularly. Status meetings are beneficial because they provide an opportunity for recognizing milestones, sharing information, and raising concerns to the team. How often you decide to schedule these meetings depends on several factors, such as the project's complexity, number of team members, and the level of information required by the project sponsor, clients, or others. Don't be afraid to change up the cadence as your project progresses. Another type of project management meeting is a stakeholder meeting. Stakeholder engagement is essential for successful project management. The goal of a stakeholder meeting is to get buy-in and support. Stakeholders each have their own set of tools, know-how, and expertise. Stakeholder meetings are where these contributions are outlined and utilized. You'll need to start by understanding a stakeholder's challenges or problems, then respond accordingly and make necessary adjustments to resolve those challenges. Winning and sustaining the support of your stakeholders is important to your project's success. In some cases, you might want to have stakeholder meetings on a one-on-one basis. This allows you to dive deeper on relevant details with each stakeholder. Then, you can cover the topics that are most interesting and concerning to that particular person. Other times, you'll need to engage stakeholders in groups. If you have a large number of stakeholders to manage, focus the meeting on your project's most influential stakeholders. Identify appropriate stakeholders for high-touch communication. For example, you may focus the meeting on senior managers from each of the groups you need to engage. Other stakeholders can be informed using other methods, such as email or meeting notes. While there are a number of potential topics to cover when meeting with stakeholders, most meetings are limited to communicating critical information. You should always be able to present a project update. Start the meeting with a short overall project status update of 2 to 5 minutes. Another key reason to meet with stakeholders is to seek out and listen to feedback. Or you might meet with stakeholders to make a decision or resolve a major issue surrounding your project. In this case, you'll often meet with senior leaders and the project sponsor. Decisions could include go or no-go decisions, a choice between options, or signing off on investments. Stakeholder meetings are generally more formal. It's normal to prepare reading materials and documents to review ahead of time to help get people in the right mindset for the meeting. Stakeholder meetings can be regular and recurring or just a one-off project meeting. The frequency will depend on why the stakeholder is involved in the project. Are they playing an advisory role, such as a consultant in a RACI, or just someone to inform and keep in the loop? Does their involvement center around just one activity on the project, or do they need to stay involved on a longer-term basis? You'll need to decide on a case-by-case basis. The end of the project, or the end of the project phase, is an excellent opportunity to review how the project unfolded. This is called a retrospective, and you'll learn more about this in other sections of this course. A typical retrospective meeting agenda includes reviewing lessons learned about what's going well, what you should keep doing, and what can be improved. Equally important to reviewing lessons learned is taking the opportunity to celebrate the project's success. Knowing the difference between these project meeting types allows you to maximize productivity and ensure that you're not wasting time. You'll get the right outcome from each type of meeting, which will help drive decisions and lead to proactive, positive actions. Amazing! You just learned about the common types of project meetings and how to make them effective for everyone in the room. In the next video, we'll recap what you've learned in the past few videos. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. In this section, you learned about some common project management tools that are helpful for communicating with your team. You also learned about the importance of effective meetings, how to create a meeting agenda, and the common types of meetings that you'll organize and facilitate as a project manager. And we discussed how you can increase your chances of achieving a project's goals if you develop successful strategies for keeping everyone informed about the project status and major updates. Kudos! You've completed this module. Nice job. Coming up, you'll learn all about the final phase of project management, closing the project. Welcome to a new module, Here, we'll be learning about how to close a project. In this set of videos, you'll learn to explain why closing a project is important, determine when a project is complete, and outline the project closing process. We'll learn that closing serves as an integral aspect of the project and helps avoid unfavorable scenarios. We'll also learn that completing a project and closing a project are two very different things. We'll talk about how your stakeholders and clients fit into the closing process. We'll cover how your team can help you close a project and how you can use retrospective meetings to improve your procedures and processes. We've touched on retrospectives a bit in the previous module, but you'll learn about them here in a new context. You'll also learn that a project isn't fully closed until you've celebrated your team for a job well done. Then, we'll explore how the closing process works, specifically for you as a project manager. We'll learn what kinds of presentations and documentation are required for project managers to properly close the project. There's a lot to cover, so let's start with an overview of the closing process. Meet me in the next video. In the last video, we talked about why the closing process is important in general, and we'll get more specific in this video as we discuss why closing is important for clients and stakeholders. A formal closing process is important not only because improper closing may leave you on the hook for incomplete contracts or incomplete scope, but also because you want stakeholders to feel like their needs were met. As we mentioned earlier, a project team's relationship with customers, users, vendors, and so on can be impacted by loose ends. If relationships are impacted negatively, your team's credibility may be impacted. Typically, stakeholders set the goals and scope of the project alongside the project manager. So a good project manager will always want to make sure those stakeholders are satisfied with the quality of deliverables and the end product too. So how can you make sure that clients and key stakeholders are happy with the project closing? First, you'll want to decide if your project warrants a small closing process at the end of each milestone or a formal and more comprehensive closing phase near the very end. You may even decide to do both a small closing process at the end of each milestone and a more formal closing phase at the very end. You'll determine this by asking yourself if a particular milestone is final, meaning the milestone will not need to be readdressed at a later time in the project. If so, having a short formal closeout will ensure that everyone is clear on the outcomes of that particular milestone. For example, let's put this in the context of the Project PlantPal's website launch. Launching the website is an official milestone, so having a formal closeout to the website launch might make sense. Yes, there will still be ongoing updates and maintenance to the site, but it won't be launched again, so the launch is a one-time event. So you need to make sure you're handing over deliverables, putting together the proper documentation, and alerting all stakeholders that you've reached that milestone and that that portion of the project is now closed. If you decide to conduct closing processes after each phase or milestone, here's what that will look like for your team. First, you'll ensure that the project has satisfied the strategic goals that it was intended to meet. To begin, you'll want to refer to prior documentation, such as your statement of work, request for proposal, risk register, and RACI chart. You'll recall that these documents were discussed in previous sections, so feel free to revisit those as a refresher. While doing so, ask yourself, was all of the required work in the elapsed phase done? Were all identified issues addressed? Did every team member complete their assigned tasks? Then, you'll put together closing documentation, such as creating closeout reports, which we'll cover in depth later. You'll build and review that documentation with team members to make sure that every aspect of the project has been discussed. You'll also review notes from any retrospectives you and your team participated in. This way, your team members will get a chance to speak about the aspects they liked or didn't like, and they'll leave with a sense of closure. Next, you'll conduct administrative closure of the procurement process. Close any contracts necessary, deliver the payments to vendors, and retrieve all final deliverables from contracted workers. This is really important so that external stakeholders and contracted workers can understand that the phase or the project is officially over. Then, you'll want to formally recognize the completion of the phase if necessary. Make sure all stakeholders are aware that a phase or project is ending. This may be as simple as sending out an email notifying them that you've achieved this milestone, or it may warrant a larger meeting. Finally, you'll complete any necessary follow-up work. This includes things like gathering final feedback and conducting closing surveys. This way, you'll proactively help stakeholders with future issues by following up and offering support. If instead of closing after certain phases or milestones, you've decided to close at the very end of your project, your process may be a little bit different. Here's what that might look like. First, provide the necessary training, tools, documentation, and capabilities to use your product. This includes things like manuals and how-to guides, which give your customers and users an understanding of how to use your product or service after the project is closed. Next, ensure that the project has satisfied its goals and desired outcomes. Review the project to make sure that all tasks and deliverables were completed and nothing is missing. Did you accomplish what you set out to do? Is the full scope of work completed? You'll also want to document acceptance from all stakeholders, like clients and sponsors. Ensuring that you have written proof that stakeholders are happy with the deliverables and outcomes is very important. This could be in retrospectives, a project completion document, or any other formal sign-off. Then review all contracts and documentation with your project team. This includes things like your SOW, RFP, RACI chart, risk register, and the procurement documents that we discussed earlier. Including your whole team in this review process will help you make sure that nothing is missed. Always document your lessons learned by conducting a formal retrospective. Include your team, any other teams involved, your stakeholders, and outside vendors in this meeting. We'll go over this in more detail in the next video. Finally, you can disband and thank the project team. The next important step in closing a project for the stakeholders is impact reporting. Impact reporting is a presentation that's given at the end of a project for key stakeholders, which typically includes the stakeholders you had in the initial kickoff meeting. The purpose of impact reporting is to demonstrate how the project went and discuss the impact of your product or service. It's important for the project manager because you'll be able to demonstrate the success of your project on your terms and present the work you did to add value to the business. In this presentation, you'll cover how the project landed in terms of time, scope, and budget. You'll state when the new service or product launched and discuss any available feedback from users. And you'll explain how the desired outcomes were achieved. Now you know more about how stakeholders and customers can get a clear understanding that your project is closed. We've discussed why that's necessary and how your reputation and credibility can be affected if you don't do extensive work to close the project completely. In the next video, we'll discuss how your team can be impacted by closing a project properly and improperly. I'll meet you there. Welcome back. In this video, we're going to discuss project closing. We'll answer the questions, what does a project closing mean? Why is it important? And when does it occur? Project closing consists of the process performed to formally complete the project, the current phase, and contractual obligations. The first thing you should know is that completing a project is not the same thing as closing a project. Just because a project is done doesn't mean it's closed. In a restaurant, just because you've ordered your meal and finished it doesn't mean your dining experience is over. You have to pay the bill before you leave. It's the same idea with projects. So what does it actually take for a project to be closed? There are 3 criteria that make up a project closing. You'll want to assure all work is done, ensure that the agreed upon project management processes are executed, and get formal recognition from stakeholders that the project is done. First, you must assure all work is done. There's a chance one of your tasks may have been overlooked. Let's say there was a change made that called for reprioritizing work during the project. For instance, when your team completed user acceptance testing for Project PlantPals, everything was finished and wrapped up. But months later, a customer searches for allergy information about the plants on Office Green's site, but that information is nowhere to be found. If you did a review before wrapping the project, you might have found that this task, creating allergy documentation, was overlooked and therefore not completed. In doing a review of the project, you double and triple check that all work is done to avoid having to revisit the project later on. Next, you must ensure that all agreed upon project management processes are executed. Sometimes managerial tasks get overlooked. If the task itself is finished, the procedural or administrative work that needs to take place afterwards might slip your mind. An example might be getting contracts signed and processed. It might have been months since the project was completed, but when you revisit the contract with your plant provider, you realize that neither of you ended up actually signing it. This is a crucial misstep that leaves both parties vulnerable, and it's now taking place way after the new service's official launch. Finally, you'll need formal recognition and agreement that the project is complete by key stakeholders. If you don't have formal approval from all stakeholders that a project is over, certain stakeholders may still request adjustments to the project because they'll think it's still active. This may affect various members of your team. For instance, if Office Green's contracted web developers believe that the project is still active, they may still be dedicating time and even billing hours of work on this project, which means wasted money for Office Green. In the same way that all of the previous phases of the process, like initiation, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, serve a purpose, closing serves its own equally important purpose. Closing a project is important because it ensures that nothing has fallen through the cracks. If a project isn't closed, your team's efforts, time, and credibility may be negatively impacted. To avoid negative impacts to your team, there are a couple of different types of projects that you'll want to know about and avoid. These are the never-ending project and the abandoned project. The never-ending project exists when, for whatever reason, the project deliverables and tasks cannot be completed. This may occur when tasks are delegated to team members who don't have the skills necessary to complete the tasks, or when deadlines aren't properly communicated. Maybe when user acceptance testing yields too many non-launch blocking bugs, or when your client is unsatisfied despite meeting their requirements. Pay special attention to protecting the scope of your project, and you're much more likely to close a project successfully. If it feels like the customer wants much more from you than this project is slated to deliver, maybe the best option is to commit to a follow-up project and close the current one. The abandoned project exists when inadequate handoff of the project deliverables occurs. Basically, the final deliverable never makes it to your customer. It wouldn't make sense to build a product and then not be able to market it or sell it. Making plans to ensure an adequate handoff or transition deliverables is crucial to ensure customers are happy and projects are properly closed. In summary, you'll want to do everything you can to properly close a project because it may leave you on the hook for incomplete contracts, incomplete scope, or non-compliant practices. In the next video, we'll discuss the necessary steps included in a comprehensive closing process for clients and stakeholders. Hi again. In the last video, we focused on how to close out a project for your customer and stakeholders. In this video, we'll discuss the best practices for closing a project with your team. You'll also learn to use a retrospective to close your project and celebrate your team's accomplishments. I've talked to you about retrospectives quite a bit throughout this program, and that's because there really is no better tool for reflection and improvement. Retrospectives are such an important aspect of the project, and it's important to really emphasize that to you. Throughout the course, I'm referring to the formal practice, but a lot of us conduct informal retrospectives daily without even knowing it. Whether we're talking about our day with our friends or family, or thinking about how we can improve past interactions, we are constantly reflecting and working toward progress. So let's revisit formal retrospectives for a moment to explore how they tie into the formal project closing process. You might remember that a retrospective is a meeting aimed to discuss successes, failures, and possible improvements on the project. They can occur after a major milestone completion and at the end of a project. In order to understand the importance of closing a project, let's discuss the three main retrospective benefits for your team. Retrospectives encourage team building because they allow team members to understand differing perspectives. Retrospectives facilitate improved collaboration on future projects. And they promote positive changes in future procedures and processes. So it's no surprise that a retrospective is a critical part of closing a project. Whether your team has chosen to close the project after each phase or comprehensively at the end, you'll conduct retrospectives as a part of that process. There may be temptation within your project team to resist reflecting before forging ahead into the next phase, but you can't grow and improve if you don't spend time reflecting. Reflecting is a great way to learn which practices you should keep doing and which ones you can improve upon. As a project manager, you want to build a culture within your team and company to aim for constant improvements. This means that you'll need to solicit feedback that will help you to do better in your next project. This feedback might touch on any aspect of the project, from planning, scheduling, execution, communication, or team dynamics. You might receive feedback about processes you led, and that's okay. Working through feedback is crucial to your growth as a project manager. It's important to create a safe space for that feedback so that folks can really share what they're thinking and the team can grow together. This is a key piece to help improve collaborations on future projects. Part of encouraging continuous growth is to recognize and celebrate a job well done. The way you celebrate will change depending on where you're at in the project and what feels most appropriate to your team. Taking a moment to reward yourselves with a token of appreciation turns the celebration into a team-building exercise. Being appreciative ensures that the work you're doing feels uplifting and rewarding, rather than monotonous and tiring. It also fuels positive change. So when closing a project, don't forget the fun elements. Make sure to play a game, eat some cake, and celebrate some quality time together, because you've earned it. Let's review. Retrospectives encourage team building because they allow team members to understand differing perspectives. They facilitate improved collaboration on future projects, and they promote positive changes in future procedures and processes. And now that you know how to wrap things up for your team, let's discuss how to wrap everything up for the project manager.
Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm a program manager on the engineering education team at Google. As a program manager, I manage cross-functional teams on designing, launching, and growing computer science education programs at Google. So right now, my primary remit and my scope is essentially working with organizations in New York City to try to provide more tech education experiences and growth opportunities to youth in the area. During one of our biggest tech education moments of the year, one of the programs that I work on relies on a third party's platform to be able to run our activities and content. And during a moment where thousands of students and teachers were getting ready to code online, the platform completely broke. And so you can imagine that the number of emails and bugs and requests that were coming into our team were plentiful. Don't panic, communicate openly and quickly on the latter side of the issue once you've already kind of fixed the problem. Focus on a retrospective and a clear postmortem that's going to help your team and then future teams be able to prevent and mitigate something like that from happening in the future. I love retrospectives. I do them all the time at Google just because they're a great way to be able to coalesce your entire team to look at the great impact that you've had, but then also reflect on some of the things that you've learned and could potentially do better for the future. And particularly at Google, what I love about retrospectives is that we have in engineering and then across a lot of other operational roles, including project management, a culture of blamelessness. Right? You know, if something goes wrong and something breaks, instead of pointing at your engineering team to say you weren't prepared or to point at your comms team and say there was an error, the whole team should be taking responsibility, and the whole team can actually look at that as an opportunity to improve and learn for future iterations of what you're working on. I've learned everything from big lessons around the way that you should be building more flexibility into your timeline to very, very small tactical changes that you're going to need to make in order to be running your project more effectively. And so I think that it's critical to be capturing not only these very big strategic level changes that you might want to make, but some of these small tactical things you might be able to tweak to improve efficiency going forward. Sometimes when you have assumptions or anticipations about the direction that something's going to go, and then they completely shift the other direction or they show something completely different than what you expected.
Welcome back. Let's discuss what the project closure process means for you, the project manager. For a project manager, it's important to close a project properly for a number of reasons. Closing provides an opportunity to reflect on how you and your team performed, ensure every task is completed, and prevent confusion around the project in the future. I'll detail the importance of these closing practices as well as the necessary documentation to successfully close a project. One of the most important aspects of thoroughly closing a project is the project closeout report. A project closeout report is a document created by project managers for project managers. A project closeout report serves 3 major purposes. First, it's a blueprint to document what the team did, how they did it, and what they delivered. Second, it provides an evaluation of the quality of work. And third, it evaluates the project's performance with respect to budget and schedule. Similar to the retrospective, the project closeout report can be used to determine best practices when it comes to future projects. Think of it as a transfer of knowledge from you to future project managers. For instance, once a project closes, there's a chance a similar project or a continuation of that project will come up within the organization. And maybe a different project manager is assigned to this new project while you go on to other things. If you create an in-depth closeout report, it will help the newly assigned project manager immensely to know what happened previously on a similar project. Your closeout report could include things that worked out well and things that didn't work out so well. Creating a closeout report will also reduce the time you spend answering questions as the new project manager gets up to speed. It's safe to assume that the people reading your report in the future will be unfamiliar with the project. So, be as detailed as possible. That way, the new project team will be able to form an understanding of the purpose, execution, and outcome of the project based on your report alone. In your project closeout report, you'll want to include the following things: an executive summary. This means a description of the process and what the purpose of the project was. This should be short and concise, a few sentences to a paragraph maximum. If an executive didn't have time to read the entire document and only had time to read this executive summary, would they be able to understand the project highlights? A list of key accomplishments. Think of this as a way to highlight the team's accomplishments as well as the overall impact of the project. Include any lessons learned, like what went well and why, what went wrong and why. What were the major effects of key problem areas, such as scope creep and schedule slip? Any open items. This could be things you didn't quite get to or ideas for changes you'd make if you had had the time. Your next step. Things like, are there expected follow-up projects and is there any ongoing maintenance required? You also want to include important information about the schedule and important deadlines, like what were your milestones and how did you choose them? How long did the project take? Did the project stay on track? And any information about major setbacks. Be sure to list resources and team members. Explain who is involved and what their roles were. This is also a key way to acknowledge people who contributed to the project's completion. And finally, include a resources and project archive section. This will include links to things like your original project plan, any documented stakeholder communication and feedback, like meeting notes, any documentation used to track, monitor, and report, and any technical information related to the project deliverables, like user guides and manuals. Hopefully by now, you understand how project closeout reports are beneficial to not only the organization, but the project manager as well. Project closeout reports promote visibility among team members and create more efficient future projects. All right, we've covered a lot of information. Great job for sticking with it. In the next video, we'll revisit the concepts you've learned as we recap the module.